Chapter 1180. Lin Feng looked at the information Shen Yuzhen gave him. The more he read, the darker his mood became. Some time ago, when Lin Wenwen and the others went to collect stones, a large number of strange things had appeared in the lake. Even the team that Lin Qiao had sent to collect those stones had disappeared. Now, it was the corpse hunters in Sea City who had discovered these strange creatures and sent the news back to Sea City. Coincidentally, news came from the other bases as well, saying that many strange creatures had appeared out of nowhere from underground. The information in Lin Feng's hands contained information on the appearances and characteristics of those creatures. The creatures that had appeared in Lake Tai looked like crocodiles but not like crocodiles, like lizards but not like lizards. The shape was about the same, but the appearance was a lot different. There was also the giant ant that had 2 stomachs in the northeast region. There was the giant spider that had 8 legs that were 2 meters long and could run very fast. There was also the giant scorpion that had 6 pincers and was found in North China. There was also the 4-meter-tall, 10-meter-long armored monster that had been found in Hidden Cloud City in the southwest. There were only a dozen of them so far, but these things liked to eat humans. They would rush over crazily when they smelled the scent of humans from a few hundred meters away. Then, after catching or trampling the human to death, they would use their claws to smash the corpse on a big rock into an indescribable mess and eat it bit by bit. The way they ate was very cruel and bloody. The scene was hair-raising. It was said that the few humans that had been seen were still in a state of mental breakdown. There was also news that an invisible creature had appeared in Skyfire City. Not only did this thing eat humans, but it also ate mutated beasts. What the hell are these things? Why are they suddenly appearing on such a large scale? Lin Feng put the information on the table in annoyance and pinched his eyebrows before asking while holding his breath. Didn't this mean that all the bases in the country had fallen into a crisis that had emerged from underground? And why is there no news from Huaxia? Did they find anything there? He looked at the information on the information and didn't find anything from Huaxia. Shen Yuzhen and Qin Yuding looked at each other. Shen Yuzhen shook her head. Huaxia has been very strict recently. We still need some time to get their information. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, Does Wu Qingyuan know about this? Shen Yuzhen shook her head. I'm not sure. Maybe he already knows. Lin Feng frowned. He placed his hands on the table and rested his forehead on his fingers. Although all the major bases had discovered these underground creatures, as long as they did not provoke them, they would not be a problem for the time being. However, the humans' living environment would become even more dangerous. If this continued, the probability of the corpse hunters coming back from the base would become smaller and smaller. Humans couldn't just stay in the base and not go out. His sister was missing and he couldn't find her. The other deputy leader was injured and couldn't be treated. The danger outside the base had increased again, and his leader's eldest sister had yet to return. Lin Feng felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, there was nothing else going on in the base, and the survivors were living peacefully. The secret of the zombie army and the plantation base was not discovered by anyone. Those things are the same as the underground gorillas outside our base. They are omnivorous creatures, and most of them are carnivorous. And all of these things have the same situation. Shen Yuzhen said solemnly. Lin Feng raised his head and asked her, What else? Shen Yuzhen said, Look at the last paragraph on the 2nd page. When these things come out, they carry a lot of different gases, but these gases are a disaster for the things on the ground. It's the death zone I mentioned just now. Lin Feng flipped to the last page and carefully read the last paragraph. Death zone. His expression became serious again. Not only terrible monsters came out, but there were also gases that destroyed the environment. Was the Earth going to be destroyed? In 100 or 200 years, Would there be no plants on the planet, and the Earth would become barren? Wouldn't it become a dead planet? Maybe 100 or 200 years was too far in the future, but there was no way to stop the frequent appearance of these creatures. He didn't know what caused all these creatures to run to the surface. These creatures are appearing too frequently now. I'm afraid this situation hasn't stopped, and it may continue to appear in the future. Also, there are a lot of people who have died in the mouths of these creatures, and these things like living humans. What if they bring the gas that can kill all the mutated plants and vegetation around the survivor base? That would be even more dangerous than a zombie wave. Shen Yuzhen crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked at Lin Feng, and then looked at Chen Yuding. This possibility was something that all the major bases would think of, so the leaders of the bases might have to hold another meeting. For the future of humanity, to protect the living conditions of humanity. At this time, Wu Qingyue was also listening to Xiao Liqing's news. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding the information that Xiao Liqing was talking about. Ting Ting was sitting next to him with a gloomy face, hugging a milk bottle, and Wu Yueling, who was hugging a big rabbit, would stare at him from time to time. The big rabbit grew fur again, and its body size was a lot bigger. Its whole body was furry, and it was a lot heavier. The gray fur was drooping, and its 2 long ears were curled into a big ball on her legs, covering her entire calves. It seems that other than the underground changes here, there are changes all over the country. I don't know if there are changes in other areas. Wu Qingyue looked at the appearance of the monsters in his hands expressionlessly, and when he saw the spider and the scorpion, his eyebrows twitched. Xiao Liqing stared at his twitching eyebrows, and wanted to laugh in his heart, but he pretended not to see it. Then he said quietly, "Fortunately, there are no giant centipede spirits." Wu Qingyue's face suddenly darkened, and he looked up at him. Then his handsome face smiled, and his eyes narrowed into a line. "Yes, there are no centipedes, but there are spiders." Xiao Liqing's face fell, and he said, "Cough, that's true, a 2-meter-long spider with a single leg, it's scary just thinking about it." Wu Qingyue rolled his eyes, and the smile on his face disappeared. Then he said with a serious expression, "I guess in a few days, China will send an invitation to the meeting." This was related to the living conditions of humanity. Even if China didn't want to take care of it, other small bases would probably ask him to take care of it. Chapter 1181. When Lin Qiao returned to the base, she had a gloomy aura around her. She looked at everyone with a straight face. She went to the medical center first and asked Shen Yuzhen to lead her to Lin Wenwen's room. Everyone stood outside the door and looked at her quietly. When she was still dozens of kilometers away from the base, she received news from the base. Lin Wenwen's disappearance, Yuan Tianqing's coma, and De Zhuangqiang bringing his family to the rat's nest to look for food during the day and refusing to come back. These news were not good news for her. She already had a bad feeling when she encountered a lot of abnormal creatures outside. She didn't expect that there would be more trouble waiting for her when she came back. There was a faint smell of Lin Wenwen in the room, as well as the smell of Lin Hao and Qiu Lily. When she saw Shen Yuzhen at the entrance of the base, she asked about the time and situation of Lin Wenwen's disappearance. It turned out that she disappeared less than 2 days after she left. It had been 7 or 8 days since then, but Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing hadn't found any clues about her disappearance in the base. According to Lin Hao's last words, it was the situation he hoped for. He hoped that Lin Wenwen entered her own space when her ability was upgraded. After a period of time, when her ability was completely upgraded, she might come out. After Lin Qiao entered this room, she didn't find any clues. But the smell that Lin Wenwen left behind gave her a premonition. This premonition wasn't dangerous, but it wasn't safe either. But Lin Qiao was a little relieved. At least it wasn't dangerous. Maybe Lin Wenwen herself had some kind of unusual good fortune, or maybe it was like what Lin Hao said, she had entered her own space. But at least Lin Qiao could be sure that Lin Wenwen's life shouldn't be in danger. After she walked out of the room, her expression relaxed slightly. Everyone stared at her intently, wanting to ask if she had discovered anything. Looking at her expression, she must have found something. How is it? Did you see anything? Lin Hao was the first to ask. Lin Qiao shook her head. I didn't see anything, just an intuition. Her life shouldn't be in danger, so we can rest assured. Maybe it really is like what you said, she is in her own space now. Maybe she is in some kind of abnormal state and can come out when she wakes up. Lin Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what she said. But he didn't completely relax. In any case, as long as he didn't see Lin Wenwen return in person, he would not be completely at ease. Lin Qiao clapped his hands and said to the worried crowd, "Don't worry, no one else has been in this room. So I don't think she was taken away by someone." Then, Lin Qiao went to Yuan Tianqing's place. When she saw Yuan Tianqing's appearance, she frowned as if she had a headache. She closed her eyes and sighed. Then, she opened her eyes and said, "Sigh, when I heard what you guys said, I guessed it must be like this." But seeing her sigh and frown, those who knew her had a bad feeling. Lin Hao stared at her and asked, "What about his situation? You should have a way, right?" Lin Qiao didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he put his hand into the bucket. Then, she controlled the energy in the water to enter Yuan Tianqing's body. Then, she narrowed her eyes and stared at the energy in his body. When she narrowed her eyes, she saw that half of Yuan Tianqing's shoulder and chest were filled with a kind of black energy that flashed with red stars. When the green energy in the lake surrounded this energy, it couldn't dispel it, nor could it dissolve it or devour it. The green energy in the lake only had one function, which was to suppress the black flashing energy from expanding. Because the black flashing energy was very active and very fierce. After she pulled her hand out, she said to Lin Hao, "Fortunately, you used this lake water to soak him, otherwise it wouldn't even take 2 days. Otherwise, his whole body would have become this color." Lin Hao asked her anxiously, "How is it? Can you get rid of this energy in his body?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "It's useless. The energy in the lake can only suppress this kind of energy. Although I can increase the pressure and let Yuan Tianqing wake up, it won't be good for him to wake up." However, it wasn't a good thing for him to wake up, because even if he woke up, he would still have to bear the pain of his injuries. It's better to keep him unconscious. After she finished speaking, the faces of the others in the room darkened. Even their leader couldn't do anything, so what else could they do? The energy in Yuan Tianqing's body was like a kind of poison that couldn't be detoxified. Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao in surprise. "How is that possible? Even you can't do anything." Then Deputy Leader Yuan. Was this the only thing he could do in the future? Lin Qiao explained to him, the energy in his body is a mutation of some substance underground that was infected by a virus. It's different from all the substances on the ground. But it has some similarities with the energy of the virus, so the lake in my space can only suppress it temporarily, but can't directly dissolve it. If we want to find something that can dissolve this energy, we'll probably have to look underground. But the main thing is, I still don't know what it is." As she spoke, she stood next to Yuan Tianqing's big bucket, one hand on her chest and the other on her chin. Yuan Tianqing sat in the bucket with his upper body bare. The water in the bucket went over his neck and reached his chin. There was another side of his neck that was the same purple as his shoulder. Standing next to him, one could see his strong and beautiful chest muscles and faintly discernible abdominal muscles. His handsome face was pale. His eyes were tightly shut, but his brows unconsciously furrowed. Even though he had lost consciousness, he could still feel the pain. Everyone thought that when Lin Qiao came back, Yuan Tianqing's situation would turn for the better. In the end, he did not expect it to be like this. There was no change at all. His original expectations had turned into disappointment and even despair. Everyone revealed a disappointed expression and sighed one after another. Lin Qiao turned to look at Yuan Tianqing's perfect side profile. Why did Lin Wenwen have to go missing at this time? If that girl had foreseen Yuan Tianqing's danger in advance, she might not have let him go down to investigate. In the end, right after Lin Wenwen disappeared, something happened to Yuan Tianqing. If Lin Wenwen hadn't disappeared, wouldn't he be worried to death? Now, Lin Qiao only hoped that Yuan Tianqing could hold on until Lin Wenwen came back. Maybe Lin Wenwen would see something crucial when he saw Yuan Tianqing like this. That could be important information to save Yuan Tianqing. However, Lin Qiao didn't know that although Lin Wenwen had gone to another time and space, he could still sense Yuan Tianqing's situation. It was just that the spirit was willing, but the strength was insufficient, and he couldn't immediately return here. Chapter 1182. Looking at her expression, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked tentatively, "Do you have any other ideas?" Lin Qiao put down her hand that was scratching her chin and turned to look at him with her arms crossed. She said hesitantly, "I just think, if Wenwen can come back as soon as possible, maybe she will know what we are looking for. And, we have to solve more than Yuan Tianqing's problem." With that, she waved her hand and turned to walk out of Yuan Tianqing's ward. Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt that there was a bigger problem waiting for them. Only Lin Feng, Chen Yuding, and Xin Yuzhen thought of the information they had just received. As Lin Qiao walked out, she said, "Get ready for the meeting. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. Go to the second conference room. Oh, call Wu Qingyue over. He needs to know about this anyway." "Yes." After hearing her order, Xin Yuzhen immediately turned around to inform Wu Qingyue. Meanwhile, Duan Wan went to help everyone prepare the materials for Lin Qiao's sudden meeting. 10 minutes later, in the second conference room of the first base, when everyone arrived, Lin Qiao was already standing in her exclusive seat with her arms crossed in front of her chest, thinking about something. When Wu Qingyue came over with Tingting in his arms, Tingting immediately reached out to her and cheered, "Mama, Mama." Lin Qiao looked up at him and said, "Be quiet." Tingting immediately wilted and looked at her with pitiful eyes. If there weren't other people here, he would have scolded her for not loving him at all. But now that there were other people here, he could only call her Mama. He couldn't let too many people know that he could talk. Lin Qiao glanced at him and seeing his expression, she couldn't help but glance at Wu Qingyue. "Are you mistreating my son?" Ever since Wu Qingyue came in, he had been staring at her with his smiling eyes. When he saw her say that, he smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. "How is that possible? Do you think I would mistreat your son when he is so powerful? Besides, am I the kind of person who would mistreat my own son? I have no grudge against him." Lin Qiao came over and looked Tingting up and down. "You're still denying it. Did you starve him too thin?" Wu Qingyue immediately put away his 8 fangs and said to her in a bad mood. "He grew taller, okay? What the hell? How dare he say that he starved his son thin? How infuriating." The others found their seats and sat down, leaving the last seat opposite the leader for Wu Qingyue. Lin Feng, Chen Yuding, Elmar, Chiu Lily, and Lin Kuei all came in and heard their conversation. Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and said, "Yes, that little bit can be completely ignored, okay? Alright, you and big sister go sit at the side, don't be noisy. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you out." The last 2 sentences were directed at little Tingting, not at all polite. Little Tingting looked at her as if she was a stepmother. Wu Yueling obediently carried Tingting over and sat on the sofa in the corner. After everyone sat down, Lin Qiao sat in her seat and said, "You guys have also received news from the other bases. On my way back from the northwest, I encountered similar scenes 5 times. These creatures all came out from underground, and I can feel that the aura they bring out is completely different from the ones on the ground. These creatures are omnivorous, but when they encounter living creatures on the ground, they will choose to eat the flesh of living creatures. If not, they will also eat plants or zombies." Duan Wan printed out the information of the creatures that Lin Qiao encountered on a piece of paper and sent it to them. It detailed the characteristics and attributes of those creatures. It also included the changes in the environment after they appeared. Shen Yuzhen also added the information she got from the other bases. Everyone looked at the information in their hands while quietly listening to her explanation. And their attack and defense have one thing in common: they are very aggressive. You guys should already know that. Just like the underground gorillas, any small one of them has the strength of a normal level 2 or 3 mutated beast. There are quite a number of level 6 and 7, and of course, there are level 8. The important thing is that they all move in groups, so you are lucky to meet one. But this situation is very rare, because most of the time we meet a group. Lin Qiao continued to explain to everyone. After she finished speaking, everyone's face turned ugly. However, Lin Qiao continued, their attack is also the same. They don't have abilities, and only attack with pure physical force. But there are some exceptions, and they may have some special skills. For example, I once encountered a 6-legged, bare-skinned cat that jumped out of the ground. It was extremely fast. It is very fast and can instantly disappear to a distance of 1,000 meters. There is also a type that I personally think may be an earthworm that mutated into an earth dragon. They have a big mouth with a circle of teeth. But a mouthful of saliva can melt a 200 to 300 kilogram large rock. And this is their attack, and also their defense, which means that no ability has any effect on them. Perhaps only a single type of superpower can cause some damage to them. In other words, the ability attacks of humans and zombies are useless against them. They can only use primitive means of attack, such as blades and hot weapons or sharp claws. But they also have skin and shells that are harder than steel. Other than these 2 points, I have something else to say. These omnivorous creatures especially like to eat humans. When they smell humans, they will even seem very excited and crazy. So I think it won't be long before all the major survival bases will be targeted. Lin Qiao's last point was obviously like a knife hanging above everyone's head, and it could be chopped down at any time. What? They will still take the initiative to attack human bases. Qiu Lily was the first to lose her composure. Her pair of red glass-like eyes stared and immediately asked. Lin Qiao said to her, they have an abnormal desire for humans. They may not care before they eat humans. But once they eat humans, they will have a strong desire. Just like human drug addicts, after taking it once, they can't forget it and become very eager to eat humans. But they won't have a relapse like humans. After hearing what he said, Qiu Lily immediately felt a sense of horror, and suddenly felt a little sympathy for other humans. As humans, they were targeted by these monsters from the underground and became their delicious food. Chapter 1183. After listening to Lin Kuei's words, Lin Qiao looked at everyone. Then he nodded and said, that's right. Moreover, these creatures especially like to eat ordinary people without abilities. I reckon they will follow the smell to find us. That can't be. Then what should we do? Aren't those things hard to kill? Qiu Lily immediately asked anxiously. Lin Kuei said, metahuman's attacks are useless against them, but weapons like swords and guns can. But it's very difficult to kill them. Ordinary bullets can at most penetrate their skin, but they can't kill them. But it's not easy to stop them either. Their attack power is equivalent to that of high-level mutated beasts. We can't kill them, and we can't stop them either. Are they scarier than the zombies and mutated beasts we encountered before? Lin Feng placed both his elbows on the table and asked Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at him, then at the expectant gazes of the others. She lowered her eyes and said, "Let's put it this way. As long as it's a metahuman, mutated beast, or even mutated plant that has mutated due to the virus, their abilities will be useless against these creatures. When they discover the human base, I'm afraid humans will face another catastrophic disaster." Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere became tense, and finally, everyone looked at Lin Qiao in silence. "Then how are we going to avoid this disaster? Did you discover anything?" Chen Yuding looked at everyone and couldn't help but ask Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Apart from the underground gorillas, we haven't discovered any other underground creatures. The closest ones to Sea City are probably those lizards at Lake Tai. Now we have to guard against those too. But we also have to pay attention to whether there are any new creatures." As she spoke, she glanced at Wu Qingyue who was across the long table. "Speaking of defense, you guys can relax. In the future, we don't have to guard against zombies. Now, we have to guard against these underground creatures. Didn't you keep that level 8 monster as your pet? Why do we still need to guard against them?" Wu Qingyue placed one hand on the table to support half of his face. He tilted his head and smiled at her, then said lightly. Qiu Lily quietly leaned her head towards Lin Kuei and whispered, "Why do I feel that he seems to be a little jealous of our base?" Lin Kuei glanced at her without saying a word. Elmar spread her hands at Wu Qingyue and said, "Although we don't have to guard against the underground gorillas, the threat from the underground hasn't decreased much. If it was really as you said, Yuan Tianqing wouldn't have been injured." Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, it won't be easy on our side either. However," Wu Qingyue said, "but it's also because of Yuan Tianqing that he temporarily sealed the crisis in advance, isn't it? He really made the right judgment. What do you want to say?" Lin Qiao looked at him and narrowed his eyes. Wu Qingyue laughed and said, "So why don't you go to Haiqing to take a look at the situation? Bring your survivors to Haiqing's shelter for the time being. In any case, if something really happens here, you'll have to release your zombie army. Therefore, in order to continue to conceal the existence of the zombie army, the few thousand survivors in the base should first be moved to Haiqing. After all, Haiqing also had its own shelter. With hundreds of thousands of people in the shelter, it wouldn't be a problem to add a few thousand more people. But the shelter of the base hadn't been built yet. If the underground creatures from Lake Tai found Haiqing, the base wouldn't be far from it. Moreover, from the hardware of the base's defense, Haiqing had more people and was more powerful. Wu Qingyue's words were very beneficial to Lin Qiao as long as he didn't expose the existence of the zombie army. However, the others rolled their eyes at him. Qiu Lily pointed at him and said, "You make it sound so nice. You want to lure our leader to your house again." Wu Qingyue glanced at the crowd. He was thick-skinned, and his expression did not change. He still had a crooked face and smiled as he waved his hand and said, "Then do you think I'm right?" Qiu Lily stared at him and wanted to refute him, but she found that he was right. In the end, she could only stare at him. It was true that they couldn't let the survivors in the base know about their zombie army, but if the underground creatures appeared, the defense of the base would be too weak without the protection of the zombie army. Therefore, if they could hide in the shelter of Haiqing, their chances of survival would be higher. Lin Qiao knocked on the table and said, "Let's not talk about the shelter for now. Let's see what China is planning. After Sikong Qin understands the characteristics of these creatures, I think he should make a move. He might use this meeting as a cover and do something else in secret. How's the progress on your side? The last question was asked to Wu Qingyue. She had met Sikong Qin in the northwest, and he was in such a hurry to get the 9th level energy core, he must have some urgent plans. However, because of her appearance, the other party's plans had failed. They would definitely make other plans. There should be some clues. China's security is very tight now. If Sikong Qin didn't go out this time, my people wouldn't have the chance to get this information. Wu Qingyue didn't care much about Sikong Qin's actions. In that case, the first thing we need to do is to keep an eye on the movements of these creatures. We need to prepare to evacuate the people as soon as possible. We can't let everyone hide in the shelter now. We don't know how long it will take, and it might cause panic among the people. That might cause more problems. Lin Qiao thought about it and looked at everyone. Do you have any objections? The others shook their heads and didn't have any objections. Just as she said, they didn't know when those things would come, and they couldn't be sure when the disaster would come. They still had to make preparations, but they could only wait until they had no other choice to enter the shelter. After all, they didn't know how long they would have to survive in the shelter. They had to prepare the food and water again. However, adding resources couldn't be done in a short period of time. They still needed some time to prepare. Wu Qingyue waved his hand and said, I do. So, does this mean you agree to go to Haicheng with me? Survey the shelter's defense facilities, the environment, and so on. Lin Qiao didn't wait for him to finish. She waved her hand and said, Who said I agreed? Do I need to go for such a small matter? Let the others go. Let Lin Feng go. Leave the matters of the base to me. Chapter 1184. Lin Feng, who was suddenly called, was taken aback. He looked at Lin Qiao and then at Wu Qingyue. He shrugged and said, I'll go, but are you sure? Although what Lin Qiao said was basically an order, why was the atmosphere a little weird? I'm talking about you. I won't object if you like to stay in our base, but don't try to turn our leader to your side, okay? Elmar finally looked at Wu Qingyue and complained. Lin Qiao couldn't be bothered with Wu Qingyue and nodded to Lin Feng, and, I'm sure. You go. She stood up and was about to walk out. At this moment, she suddenly stopped and turned to look out of the window. That was the direction of the gate that she came from not long ago. A whoa, a strange beast roar came from afar. What's that sound? The captain of the guards at the gate turned to look in that direction in confusion. A skinny figure appeared on the top of the wall. He was sitting on the platform by the wall, wearing a mask that covered the lower half of his face. He squinted his zombie-like eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Woof 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 woof. Woof woof. A few familiar barks suddenly came from that direction. Everyone in the base knew about this dog barking. It was a black mutant dog that their leader had subdued. It had been running around outside the base's outer safe zone. Someone even discovered that there was a huge black snake that was thicker than a bucket with the dog. There seemed to be another one, but no one saw what it was. That sound, is it the leader's dog? The captain at the gate asked in confusion after hearing the dog barking. What was that sound just now? A guard beside him asked curiously. The captain shook his head, I don't know, I've never heard that sound before. The little man on the top of the wall put down the book in his hand, then stood up and looked into the distance. Roar woof. Another loud dog barking came from afar. This sound. Although it's also a dog, it doesn't seem to be the leader's. Definitely not. This one's voice is very calm and steady. Although the leader's voice is also very loud, it doesn't sound serious at all. The leader must be a husky. Sure. Don't talk nonsense. If it's not, and it hears you, it might eat you. How is that possible? The leader's pet won't eat people. The soldiers at the gate began to discuss among themselves, trying to guess what the second barking was all about. Roar, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Roar, roar. Little Four stood on top of the 20-meter wall, squinting his eyes to look in the direction of the beast roar. In addition to the first 3 pets, there were 2 other strange beasts, one of which had a very dangerous feeling. What is it? Just as Little Four was pondering, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Turning his head, he saw a tall female zombie with big breasts and long legs standing next to him. Her long hair was blown by the wind from the top of the wall, and strands of it danced in the air. It can't be, right? That big cat actually followed them all the way here. Could it be that it followed us back? Lin Qiao stood beside Little Four and said in confusion. Little Four turned his head to look at her, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity, waiting for her explanation. Lin Qiao looked at him, but reached out to touch his head and said, "I'll explain it to you later." After saying that, she disappeared on the spot. After seeing her disappear, Little Four immediately shifted his gaze to the distance. Lin Qiao flashed to the place where the commotion came from and saw a smear of red jumping around in the black. Roar, 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 roar. Its whole body was blood red, it had a bald body, 6 claws, and a huge snake tail. A strange cat with 2 horns on its head was leaping between 2 large dogs and a large snake with ease. 2. Lin Qiao squinted at the other 2 dogs, then speechlessly discovered, weren't they the nemesis of Wang? The huge Tibetan Mastiff that was covered in fur and was 2 to 3 times bigger than Wang. Why did this cat and dog follow him all the way from the northwest to this place? Speaking of which, what were they doing? Lin Qiao's nose twitched, then her eyes lit up. She had noticed that the huge Tibetan Mastiff before, although it looked very fierce and scary, it actually didn't have the smell of blood on it. But the 6-legged strange cat didn't have any smell of blood on it either. It was a bit different from the underground creatures she had encountered before. The situation in front of her was that 2 dogs and a huge black snake were surrounding the 6-legged strange cat. The strange cat, which was bigger than all of them, dodged left and right, skillfully dodging their attacks. Why did it look like it was playing? What's going on? No way, you got a new pet. Wu Qingyue's figure flashed next to her, and he asked in surprise after seeing the situation. Just now, the female zombie suddenly disappeared from the conference hall and rushed towards the direction of the commotion outside the base. Everyone was stunned, then they suddenly felt a dangerous and unfamiliar aura coming from here. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "Which eye of yours saw that I got a pet?" Wu Qingyue shrugged. "Didn't you already have a Dezhuang anyway? It's normal to take in 2 more. Howl." At this moment, a low dog's bark suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Both Lin Qiao and Zhang Wuji turned their heads at the same time. A big black dog that was about the size of an ordinary water buffalo and covered in fur fell toward them. This big guy can't even take a beating. I didn't expect Wang to be so afraid of it. Lin Qiao's body flashed, and he and Wu Qingyue simultaneously flashed away from their original spot. Bang! The huge black dog's body smashed into the small building they were standing on just now, causing the entire roof to collapse. Howl! A red shadow flashed and pounced towards them. With a tap of his feet, Lin Qiao flashed to the other side. However, the red shadow was clearly faster than her. As if it had predicted her movements, it flashed in front of her. Lin Qiao was slightly stunned. He suddenly somersaulted in the air and avoided the direction of the big red cat. He flew to the other side and calmly landed on a tree. No killing intent. She didn't feel any killing intent from the strange cat, and she didn't even feel threatened. So, why did this strange cat follow them here? Chapter 1185. You didn't subdue it. Is this the underground creature you were talking about? Wu Qingyue landed not far from Lin Qiao with a smile. Then, he turned his head and stared at the huge six-legged cat. Its aura is at least level 7, but it feels a little more dangerous than a level 7 mutated beast. It's really similar to those underground gorillas. Wu giggled, seeing that it couldn't stop Lin Qiao. The strange cat let out a strange cry and rushed towards Lin Qiao. Does it like you? Wu Qingyue said to Lin Qiao with a smile. Lin Qiao ignored him and said, "Who knows?" Then, she jumped into the air and disappeared. Whoa! The six-legged cat landed where Lin Qiao disappeared and looked blankly at the sky where Lin Qiao disappeared. Then, it circled around twice and then another 2 times before stopping. It swung its 20-meter-long snake tail and its 2 round ears kept shaking. At this time, Dahei, Erwang, and Big Mushroom were quietly watching from a distance, staring at the strange cat. However, they didn't intend to rush over. Woo! The big black Tibetan Mastiff that had smashed on the roof fell to the ground and shook its fluffy black hair. Then, it raised its head and looked at the strange red cat, then bared its teeth and growled at it. The red strange cat stared at the sky for a while and found that Lin Qiao had really disappeared. It lowered its head and turned to look at the huge Tibetan Mastiff. Its 2 big round eyes blinked, and it suddenly grinned, baring its teeth and growling at it. Woo, oh woo. After being growled by the strange cat, the Tibetan Mastiff became even more excited. It seemed that it wasn't afraid of the cat's aura, which might be more powerful than itself. Seeing that the Mastiff was not afraid of it at all, the strange cat became fiercer. It suddenly stopped baring its teeth and snorted at the Tibetan Mastiff disdainfully. Then, it turned around and faced the Mastiff with its back. Then, it bent its 6 legs slightly and jumped into the air. Finally, it disappeared in the air. After it disappeared, Lin Qiao appeared on the roof of a building. Woof! After the strange cat disappeared, Lin Qiao came out again. Wang and Dahei flashed and immediately appeared on the roof beside Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at the direction in which the strange cat had left, and then at the Tibetan Mastiff, who had regained its composure. Just a moment ago, he was still fiercely baring his white teeth, but now he had regained his calm appearance. Just as Lin Qiao was looking at the Tibetan Mastiff, the Mastiff suddenly turned its head to look at her. Then, it also turned around and leaped away. Whether it was the 6-legged hairless monster cat or the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, neither of them were heading towards the base. Instead, they were heading out of the base. Lin Qiao thought for a moment. She wasn't worried about the Tibetan Mastiff, but she had to go and check on the 6-legged cat. Thinking of this, she disappeared in a flash and chased after the strange cat while invisible. After she disappeared, a few figures appeared beside Wu Qingyue. Qiu Lily sniffed and frowned. What's that smell? Is it the smell of that monster? Lin Feng looked around and found that the damage around them was not very serious. There was even no energy fluctuation. He didn't know what those mutant beasts were doing here to make such a big noise. It seemed that they had only roared a few times. Lin Kuei sniffed and said, I've encountered this smell before. Is it that red cat? Qiu Lily's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that it was a cat. She didn't care about the smell that she had just disliked. She looked at him and asked, Cat? What cat? What does it look like? Lin Kuei thought for a moment and said, It's as big as a buffalo and has 6 claws. It also has 2 horns on its head and no hair on its body. It's smooth and red. And it has a long tail that looks like a snake. Hearing this, Chio Lily's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. No hair. And 6 legs. And a snake tail. Imagining it, it looked really weird when they were put together. Where did you meet it before? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a question and asked. We met it before we left the northwest area. I didn't expect it to appear here so soon. It might have followed us here, Lin Kuei replied, his expression becoming somewhat serious. So why did this monster follow them here? Everyone had the same question in their minds. Lin Chao rose into the air and controlled her energy to chase after the strange cat. She thought that it would be very far, but not long after, she followed the strange cat and stopped at the edge of the wetland forest near the West Lake. Although it had a huge body and 6 legs, it was very light when it walked. It didn't even make any sound when it walked. Its aura was so strong that the surrounding mutant beasts all ran away. Lin Chao landed on a tree and observed its movements in confusion. She saw that the strange cat seemed to be looking for something in the forest. After a while, she saw it stop slightly. In front of it was a mutant plant. It was a level 5 mutant tree with many red fruits hanging on its branches. The strange cat looked up at the fruits, then looked left and right. Then, it suddenly swung its tail upwards. Paw, 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 the fruits on the branches were swung down by its tail like a giant whip. Then, Lin Chao saw the strange cat walk over and lower its head to look for something in the grass. A thought flashed through Lin Chao's mind as she stared at the strange cat's figure in disbelief. Very quickly, the strange cat picked up a fruit from the bushes and swallowed it. Lin Chao's expression immediately became strange. This big cat is a vegetarian. No way. Other people eat meat, why are you a vegetarian? What's more, the cats on the ground ate meat. Why do you only look like a cat? After the 6-legged strange cat swallowed a fruit, it stuck out its tongue and licked around its nose. Then, it slowly swung its tail left and right, then lowered its head to pick up fruits from the grass to eat. Lin Chao quietly watched as it ate all the fruits it had just picked up and began to hit the fruits with its tail again. Only then did she turn around and leave. No wonder she couldn't smell blood from it, this big guy was really a vegetarian. But why did it appear outside the base just now? And when she appeared, it seemed to be very excited. When Lin Chao returned to the outskirts of the base, Er Wang and the others had already run to the mountain near the Wushan plantation base. After returning home, Lin Chao looked at the 2 little ones sitting in the living room, but there was no trace of Wu Qingyue. She asked curiously, Lingling, where's your dad? Wu Yueling raised her head and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Lin Chao raised his head and looked around in confusion. Chapter 1186. Lin Chao looked around suspiciously. He had clearly sensed Wu Qingyue's aura just now. Why did she disappear the moment she came in? But in the next second, she abruptly turned her head back. Her vision darkened, and then she felt warmth on her lips. Then, an arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, and she was carried into someone's embrace. However, just as his lips felt warm, Lin Chao reflexively grabbed his entire face and quickly pressed it back. She turned her head and said, "Can't you be more careful in front of children? How could this man be so thick-skinned? He actually did this kind of thing to her in front of a child. Besides, did she agree to it?" The 2 kids sitting on the sofa looked at her calmly. Then Ting Ting said, "We didn't see anything." Then he glanced at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling narrowed her eyes at him. Then he lowered his head and continued drawing. Wu Qingyue put his arm around Lin Chao's waist and smiled at her. See, just pretend that they don't exist. Lin Qiao, Ting pointed at Wu Qingyue and said, it's not good to pretend that we don't exist. If we really don't exist, Papa, you will definitely push Mama down directly. Lin Qiao pushed away Wu Qingyue, who suddenly stuck to him, and said to his son speechlessly, Little Ting, what nonsense are you talking about? Kids shouldn't talk nonsense. After being pushed away by her, Wu Qingyue did not continue to pester her. Letting go of her, he walked to the sofa and sat down. Then he looked up and asked her, why don't you go to High City with me? If I go back, I'll probably be busy for a while. I don't have time to come here. Lin Qiao glanced at him lightly and said, I don't think I need to go for such a small matter like scouting the fallout shelter. Moreover, I had to think of a way to solve Yuan Tianqing's situation. Lin Feng should go to Sea City first. Besides, I'm very busy, okay? You're the only one who is busy. She was the leader, okay? He also had a lot of things to do in the base. Also, the strength of the zombie army needs to be upgraded and the size of the army needs to be expanded. After saying that, she went into her room, took out a set of home clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. She didn't even have time to take a bath these past few days. I haven't showered for a few days. Wu Qingyue sat beside little Ting, and then heard little Ting say to him, it's only been 10 days since we last met, and you already miss her so much. Wu Qingyue, who was openly teased by his son, looked at him with a smile and said, that's right, I miss her. After all, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. When he didn't see her, he didn't have such a realistic feeling, but after she came back and saw her, he couldn't take his eyes off her. When he got close to her and smelled the fragrance on her body, his mind would always be somewhat in turmoil. Ting didn't expect him to answer so straightforwardly. He looked at him speechlessly, Papa, you're so shameless. Wu Yueling, who was at the side, quietly came over and sat beside Ting. She looked at Wu Qingyue silently. He used his actions to show that he agreed with little Ting's words. Then, he looked at Wu Qingyue with disdain. Papa was so thick-skinned. Wu Qingyue looked at Ting speechlessly. I can't help it. I like your mother now. When I see her, I can't help but want to get close to her and hug her. Daddy, you're not ashamed. At this time, a strange girl's voice sounded softly. Wu Qingyue and Ting were stunned at the same time. Then, they looked around and suddenly fixed their eyes on Wu Yueling at the same time. Ah! Lingling. Ting opened his eyes wide and looked at Wu Yueling in surprise. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared, and he looked shocked. He stared at Wu Yueling blankly, and his expression became uncertain. Doubt, disbelief, uncertainty, and so on converged. He instantly came in front of Wu Yueling and looked at her with a rare expression of excitement. He said, Lingling, did you just speak? Wu Yueling looked at him, then narrowed her eyes and smiled. Ah, Lingling, say it again. You really spoke just now, didn't you? Ting also climbed onto Wu Yueling's leg and said to her expectantly. However, Wu Yueling just shook her head at him and continued to smile. Lingling, can you speak? Wu Qingyue also looked at Wu Yueling expectantly, but Wu Yueling just shook her head. Ting said to her, you were the one who spoke just now, right? I heard it clearly. When Lin Qiao came out of the shower, she happened to see the three of them in a pile. Wu Qingyue and Ting seemed to be very excited. What's wrong? Ting turned half of his body and said to her, Lingling said something just now. Although she was complaining about Papa, she really spoke. Hearing this, Lin Qiao immediately looked at Wu Yueling happily. She asked, oh, can Lingling speak again? Can she still speak now? As she spoke, she walked over and stood beside her, bending over to look at her. Wu Yueling had just shook her head at Tingting and Wu Qingyue, but now she nodded to Lin Qiao and answered, yes. Tingting immediately said to Wu Yueling jealously, "Ah, Lingling, you are biased. You nod when Mama asks you, but you ignore us." Wu Yueling just smiled at his dissatisfied accusation. Lin Qiao reached out and took him off Wu Yueling's short legs, then put him on the sofa on the other side. She said, "All right, don't sit on my lap." Then she sat next to Wu Yueling and said to her, "Come on, say something again for me." "What did you just say?" Wu Yueling looked at Wu Qingyue, then narrowed her eyes and smiled. She said in a low voice, "Daddy is not ashamed." After that, she glanced at Wu Qingyue, then turned to look at Lin Qiao. Then she lowered her head and refused to look up at Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue's faces. However, the other three showed happy expressions, and Wu Qingyue's smile was not as fake as usual. At this time, his eyes were full of joy, and the aura all over his body also revealed a kind of happy mood. Lin Qiao looked at her and also smiled. She said to her, "Lingling is so great. In this way, we can communicate well with each other in the future." Wu Qingyue touched Wu Yueling's head with his hand, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. It was time to cook again. Tingting sniffed Lin Qiao's body and suddenly said, "Even if you took a shower, there are still a lot of strange smells on your body." "Mama, what did you encounter on this trip?" Lin Qiao said to him, "Oh, recently, there have been creatures coming out of the ground everywhere. They are very strange, and they like to eat people like zombies." Tingting was slightly stunned, then his little face slightly wrinkled. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing his expression, Lin Qiao asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tingting's expression immediately recovered when she asked him. He looked up at Lin Qiao and said, "Well, I have been feeling strange recently. So it is because of the appearance of these things." Lin Qiao looked down at him in surprise. "Hey, can you feel it?" Chapter 1187. Ting crossed his arms in front of his chest, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Yes, I have a feeling. But I don't know what's going on." Lin Qiao looked at him and said, "Your premonition is quite strong. If only you had Wenwen's ability to predict things. The things outside are quite troublesome. There are too many of them. I don't know how to effectively defend and deal with them." Ting said, "I don't know where Aunt Wenwen went, but I'm not worried at all. Anyway, I just have a hunch that she will come back safely." Therefore, he had been very calm and was not anxious at all. Lin Qiao sighed and said, "I hope she can come back soon, or Yuan Tianqing's injury will not recover." Ting glanced at her and suddenly reached out to pat her arm. He comforted her and said, "Don't worry, Mama. Uncle Yuan will be fine." At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly smelled Duanwan scent outside the door. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Lin Qiao shouted at the door, "Come in." Duanwan immediately opened the door and rushed in. She said to her anxiously, "Leader, something happened to Deputy Leader Yuan." Lin Qiao adjusted her expression and stood up. She put Ting on the sofa and said, "I'll go out for a while." Then she immediately turned around and left the house with Duanwan. After Wu Qingyue came out, he looked at the empty living room speechlessly and asked the two little ones, "She left again?" The two little ones turned their heads and nodded at him. Wu Qingyue said helplessly, "She just came back to take a shower, but she went out again." On the other side, Lin Qiao and Duanwan quickly arrived at Yuan Tianqing's ward. They saw Lin Hao standing in the room with a frown. They knew that the situation was bad at first glance. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao asked as she walked in. At the same time, she looked at Yuan Tianqing, who was still soaking in the bucket. Then she saw a patch of purple. Lin Qiao's expression darkened. The purple on Yuan Tianqing's body had spread to his entire chest, and even his other shoulder had turned purple. The other 2 arms were also covered in an ominous purple color. Apart from Yuan Tianqing's face, everything below his neck and even his body in the water had turned purple. Lin Qiao squinted his eyes to see through the energy situation in his body. He saw that the black energy with flashing red stars was covering his entire body. The green energy in the water had completely disappeared. Even the green energy that Lin Qiao had controlled to enter Yuan Tianqing's body to suppress the black energy had disappeared. Why did it suddenly start to spread? It was clearly fine a few hours ago. Why did the energy suddenly go berserk? Lin Qiao frowned as he stared at Yuan Tianqing's body. Then, he suddenly reached out to drag Yuan Tianqing out of the bucket and placed him on the bed, dripping wet. Then he poured 3 cups of lake water into his mouth, and quickly emptied the bucket of water into the new lake water. Finally, he picked Yuan Tianqing up and threw him into the bucket. Then, he reached into the water and controlled the energy in the water to enter Yuan Tianqing's body. While controlling the energy in the water, she asked Lin Hao, "How did it suddenly become like this? What did you do before?" Lin Hao shook his head and said, "No, I didn't do anything. Suddenly, I became like this." The green energy in the water once again entered Yuan Tianqing's body through his pores and began to suppress the black energy, slowly calming it down. Lin Hao looked at her actions, thought for a moment, and said, "Maybe it's because the energy in the water has been used up." Lin Qiao looked at him doubtfully, "But you were fine when you soaked him like this for a few days." Lin Hao waved his hand at her. "No, there was no one in the water controlling the energy, and the energy was not stimulated before. Maybe after you came back, you controlled the energy in the water into his body, and as a result, the activity of the energy was stimulated." Lin Qiao said speechlessly, "In the end, I did the opposite of what I wanted." Lin Hao shook his head again, "Not really. If you didn't control the energy in the lake and continued to suppress the energy, it probably wouldn't take long for him to become like this. As long as you don't completely expel the abnormal energy, it will also spread." Lin Qiao sighed and said, "Even my lake water can't do anything about it. The situation now is really tricky. Be it Yuan Tianqing's current situation or the other creatures that appeared." Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Lin Qiao suddenly said, "If Wenwen comes back and sees him like this, she will probably be anxious to death." At this time, after Lin Wenwen returned to the Dong family's mansion that night, she felt uneasy for a few days. That feeling gradually calmed down. There were no longer any images in her mind. Then, she still worked hard every day to lose weight. After more than a week of perseverance, Dong Xinxin's body was finally not so weak. Moreover, his body movements were getting more and more relaxed. However, his body shape was still the same as before, and he had only lost a few kilograms of weight. However, the time Dong Xinxin was awake was getting longer and the time he slept was also getting shorter and shorter. Still working out. Dong Lijia opened the door and poked her head in, looking at Lin Wenwen who was still on the treadmill. Lin Wenwen used Dong Xinxin's fat body to run on the treadmill. She was sweating profusely, and the hair on the side of her forehead was soaked with sweat. Her face was also very red, and she was breathing heavily through her nose, but her teeth were clenched tightly. Her feet were jogging rhythmically, and it seemed that she had been running for a long time. Dong Lijia walked over, stood beside her, looked at her, and said, "You are really working hard to help Xinxin lose weight." In the past few days, he had been chasing Lin Wenwen to prove that she was not a man, but no matter how Lin Wenwen tried to prove it, he did not believe it. Lin Wenwen was so angry that every time she came back, she would beat him up to calm down. Hearing Dong Lijia's words, Lin Wenwen just looked at him while running while panting, and then continued to run. Although she wanted to say that she had no choice, if she did not help Dong Xinshin improve his physical strength and provide energy for her current spiritual consciousness, she would not be able to give this body to him. Oh, by the way, you ordered so much gasoline, can your space hold it? Dong Lijia said to her at this time. If ordinary people wanted to buy a large amount of gasoline, it would be very troublesome, but fortunately, she had the identity of Dong Xinshin. Moreover, Dong Lijia knew a child of the city's oil company, so he helped her find that child to help her get more than 300 barrels of gasoline from his company. Moreover, it would take more than a month for it to be delivered. Hearing Dong Lijia's words, Lin Wenwen turned off the treadmill and slowly walked down. She took a towel to wipe her sweat and said, "If it can't hold it, why would I buy so much?" Chapter 1188. Dong Lijia was also wearing sportswear. Apparently, he was also here to work out. He stood next to Lin Wenwen and asked, "Is the chance of awakening a superpower after the apocalypse very high?" Lin Wenwen looked at him and said, "Not high, but not small. In the early stages, there is a 5% chance. In the later stages, it depends on luck, but there is also a 1% chance." Dong Lijia didn't understand and asked, "In the later stages?" Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "In the later stages, people will awaken one after another." "Your sister awakened in the later stages?" Dong Lijia thoughtfully thought for a moment and asked, "Does that mean if I can continue to live, there is still a chance for me to awaken my superpower?" Lin Wenwen looked at him. According to Dong Xinshin, Dong Lijia died in the end. Her relatives were lucky enough not to become zombies when the apocalypse came, but in the end, they all died in the hands of others and in the mouths of zombies in order to save her. In the early stages of the apocalypse, people could still rely on firearms and ammunition to protect themselves, but in the later stages, these weapons became somewhat useless. Although they could still be used to deal with ordinary level 1 zombies, there would be more and more high-level zombies after the apocalypse. Listening to Lin Wenwen's suggestion, Dong Lijia also bought a lot of weapons. These days, Mr. Dong finally believed Lin Wenwen and Dong Lijia's words and began to sell the company's stocks. Everyone in the company thought he was crazy. Mr. Dong also began to hire more bodyguards. In addition to the bodyguards he already had, he also hired some people from security companies. He also began to buy a lot of materials and even found some skilled auto mechanics to secretly modify the car. Anyway, it was not difficult to spend all the money in 2 months. The difficult part was that the preparation time was getting shorter and shorter. Lin Wenwen picked up the cup next to her and took a sip, then said to him, "Well, there are many people who awakened in the later stages. It's just that at that time, we didn't know the conditions for awakening, so we didn't research it. At that time, all the major bases were only focused on researching zombies." Dong Lijia did some stretching exercises in the open space of the gym. After preparing for a while, he walked to the door and opened it. "You guys come in." Lin Wenwen turned her head and saw 4 men of different sizes and heights. Their auras were restrained and faintly revealed a hint of murderous intent. Walked in. She turned her head to look at Dong Lijia in surprise, and then looked at the 4 men. He could immediately tell from his aura that they had all killed before. He didn't know if they were retired Special Forces soldiers or mercenaries. Dong Lijia said to Lin Wenwen, "They are the coaches that my dad hired through his connections. Although the time is short, we still have to prepare in advance." Lin Wenwen knew that the preparation he was talking about was to learn some self-defense skills in a short period of time. After all, in the chaotic and unsafe post-apocalyptic world, having some self-defense skills would increase one's chances of survival. Then, Dong Lijia introduced Lin Wenwen to the 4 of them. "This is my sister, Dong Xinshin." "You don't have to worry about her. Just focus on teaching me." 3 of the 4 were expressionless. Only one of the shorter and thinner young men had a faint smile on his face. The four nodded at Lin Wenwen at the same time. Lin Wenwen also nodded in response, then glanced at the smiling man, somehow feeling that his smile was a little familiar. But she was sure that she didn't know this person. Lin Wenwen asked curiously, "What do you want them to teach you?" Dong Lijia pointed to the two on the left. "These two will teach fighting, and these two will teach marksmanship." Lin Wenwen looked at the four coaches who had a strong aura, then nodded and retreated to the door. "Since you guys want to train here, then I'll go run in the woods outside." After saying that, she took her water bottle and walked out of the gym. She knew from the way these men looked at her just now that it was their private training time. They didn't want their skills to be seen by others. They felt that even if this fat girl saw it, she might not be able to understand it, let alone learn it. But some people just didn't want unrelated people to be present when they were teaching others. Lin Wenwen took the towel and water bottle out of the gym, went down the living room, and walked out from the back door. Then, one of the two bodyguards at the back door automatically came out and took the water bottle and towel from her. When Lin Wenwen rested in the pavilion in the woods after a few laps, the silent bodyguard had already prepared a new towel and changed the water bottle to warm water. In the beginning, they still used a tray, as if they were waiters. But Lin Wenwen felt uncomfortable, so she told them not to use the tray. She could just put it on the stone table in the pavilion. After 2 weeks of persistent training, Lin Wenwen could now jog for an hour and a half. Every day, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to last a little longer. She would only rest when she was dizzy. In the first few days, she even ran until she vomited. It was extremely uncomfortable. Her head was dizzy, her body was sweating, her hands and feet were weak, and her stomach was churning. This was the side effect of suddenly doing a lot of exercise after not moving for a long time. But after a few days, she slowly felt better. Lin Wenwen would also practice fighting when she had nothing to do. Although this body wasn't hers, the skills were still hers. The experience and memory of practicing reflexes were also hers. It would be a waste if she didn't practice. While the brother and sister were trying their best to lose weight, several sports cars arrived at the gate of the Dong family's mansion. Luo Yuanjun was sitting in the passenger seat of Deng Chunfei's car. He looked at the gate and said, "Hey, why did Dong Jie turn over a new leaf recently? Why are you just staying at home and not going anywhere?" Deng Chunfei drove the car to the gate with a straight face and showed his face to the guard. The guard was familiar with Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun, so he immediately opened the electronic gate and let them in. Deng Chunfei turned to the guard and asked, "Is your young master at home?" The guard nodded. "Yes." After making sure that Dong Jie was at home, Deng Chunfei drove the car directly in. In addition to Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun in the first car, there were several young men and women in the 3 cars behind them. "Do you think he'll look down on us if we don't greet him?" In the 2 cars behind, Qin Zhao looked left and right as she drove. Lin Yuehui smiled calmly and said, "What's there to dislike? Even if he does dislike him, he should dislike his 2 brothers, okay?" They were the ones who said that they would come to see Dong Lijia. Qin Zhao said hesitantly, "Maybe Dong Lijia is busy at home. If we come here, we will disturb him." Lin Yuehui rolled his eyes at her and said, "Why do you think so much? We are already here." Qin Zhao thought about it and agreed, so she was in a good mood again. Chapter 1189. 4 supercars drove into the yard of the Dong family's house and then stopped in front of the house. The strong old butler stood at the door and welcomed them into the living room. He invited them to sit down and said, "Young master is in the gym. I'll call him down. Please wait a moment." Deng Chunfei nodded to him politely. Luo Yuanjun asked curiously, he's working out at this time. What has Dong Jia been doing recently? The others were also puzzled when they heard the old butler say that Dong Lijia was in the gym. The old butler just smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't know what young master is thinking. Why don't you ask him yourself later? After that, he turned around and went upstairs. He asked servants to serve coffee and tea to the young masters and ladies. Dong Lijia was being tortured by several coaches in the gym when someone knocked on the door. The smiling coach was standing by the door. He turned around and opened the door. Seeing the old butler, he let him in. Young master, Chen Fei, several young masters and Miss Qin are here to see you. At this time, Dong Lijia, who was lying on the ground without any image, got up and wiped the sweat on his face with a towel. He gasped and said doubtfully, What are they doing here? Why didn't they tell us in advance? The old butler smiled and said, They are waiting in the living room now. Dong Lijia nodded, I see. Tell them I'll take a shower and go down. Well, that's all for today. He said the last sentence to the coaches. The coaches nodded to him and found their own shirts to put on. Even though there was air conditioning here, they still sweated a lot after strenuous exercise. Anyway, they were all men, so they simply took off their shirts. In fact, Dong Lijia had been working out and had learned 1 or 2 kinds of martial arts, but he seldom practiced them. After all, he used to learn martial arts just to avoid being kidnapped or to exercise, so he didn't pay much attention to it. So now, he had learned some martial arts. But if he really encountered an actual combat, he would have to rely on his reflexes. He asked these 4 coaches to come just to make a last-minute effort. But no matter what, an additional skill was an additional layer of protection. And it was a guarantee of life. Lin Wenwen ran a few laps and returned to the pavilion. He asked the 2 bodyguards, a car just came in. Who was it? One of them replied, They are young master's friends, as well as Miss Qin and Miss Lin. When Lin Wenwen heard the last 2 words, a sense of annoyance flashed across his heart. Pursing his lips, he didn't say anything. After wiping his sweat, he drank some water and rested for a while. Then, he said to one of them, Go see if the gym is empty. I'll use it when it's free. Yes. Since those people were here, Dong Lijia definitely wouldn't continue practicing. She hoped that the 2 women would be tactful and not notice her. After taking a shower, Dong Lijia came down and saw a bunch of people in the living room. He was immediately speechless. Why are you guys so free today? What are we doing here? Deng Chenfei leaned against the sofa and looked at him without saying a word, but Luo Yuanjun was not as calm as him. She immediately jumped up, strode over, put her arm around Dong Lijia's neck and asked him, I say, have you found a new lover recently? Do you know that you've given us the cold shoulder for several days? We agreed to go to Seaside City to have fun these 2 days. Have you forgotten? When Dong Lijia heard this, he immediately remembered that this activity seemed to have been planned before the school holidays. What an exciting and refreshing experience it was to race on the green-wooded road by the sea on a summer night. In the past, he could still think about these enjoyable things. But now he thought that the end of the world would come in more than 70 days. How could he still be in the mood to have fun? At this time, Lin Wenwen, who received the bodyguard's news that the gym was empty, was coming in from the back door and was about to go upstairs. But she heard Luo Yuanjun's words. She froze for a moment because Dong Xinxin in her mind told her to stop. Dong Xinxin said to her, Let's go too. Lin Wenwen glanced at the living room and asked her doubtfully, Are you sure? Dong Xinxin said, Think about it. The life after the end of the world has made us fall into the despair and stress of survival. How can we go back to the current era of easy enjoyment? Anyway, we've all lived through the 7 years of the end of the world. It's better to let go of the end of the world first. Let's relax ourselves. Lin Wenwen heard the expectation in her tone and could not help asking, do you like the sea very much? Dong Xinshin was silent for a while and said with a kind of regret, I've never seen the sea with my own eyes. Every time I see it on TV or on the internet. Originally, I wanted to say that I would go to the seaside for my 18th birthday. But then I didn't have the chance. The end of the world came before she was 18 years old. Lin Wenwen was surprised, you haven't seen it. Your family is so rich, I thought you should have been everywhere since you were a child. Dong Xinshin said, I was introverted when I was a child and didn't like to go far. When I grew up, my brother was busy with his studies, so I was the same. My parents were also very busy, so I never found the right time to go. Lin Wenwen thought for a while and then agreed, since you want to see the sea, then go. Anyway, the sea after the end of the world could no longer have blue sky and white clouds along the coastline. After the end of the world, the sea was black and the sky was gray. There were all kinds of mutant plants on the beach and all kinds of mutant sea beasts in the sea. After Lin Wenwen stood for a while, he was soon noticed by someone in the living room. Xin, you're here too. When Qin Jiao saw Lin Wenwen standing there in Dong Xinshin's body, her eyes immediately darkened. Then she greeted her with a smile. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately turned to look at the direction she was looking at. They saw Dong Xinshin in a loose sportswear, the hair on her forehead was still wet and stuck to both sides of her forehead, and her face was flushed. One look and it was obvious that she had just exercised a lot. Xin, don't tell me you're like your brother and have a healthy body. Seeing her like this, Qin Jiao asked in surprise. Wow! Peng Qiuxin, you actually know how to exercise. Are you going to fight with losing weight again? Tell me, how's the progress of the battle? How many pounds did you lose? Seeing her like this, Luo Yuanjun immediately let go of Dong Lijia and quickly moved in front of Lin Wenwen. He looked her up and down and asked in surprise. Although it sounded like he was mocking her, in fact, there was a trace of ridicule and disbelief in his tone. The rest was doubt and confusion. Because when he looked at her, he didn't know if it was an illusion. Why did he feel that the Dong Xinshin in front of him seemed to have lost some weight? Did he see it wrong? Chapter 1190. When Dong Lijia saw Luo Yuanjun calling his sister fat balls so bluntly in front of him, he felt embarrassed. He immediately scolded, I say, can you not always call her that? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Luo Yuanjun glanced at Lin Wenwen, then turned back and said to Dong Lijia, to be honest, I would be scared if she dared to knock me down with her size. But don't you know your fat ball? She won't beat you up. Dong Lijia shrugged at him and said, you'd better restrain yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you really get beaten up. If it were in the past, he would definitely beat Luo Yuanjun up. But now there was a stranger in his sister's body whose gender he didn't even know. Dong Lijia didn't seem to care about it, and he even kindly reminded Luo Yuanjun. After all, the soul in his sister's body was a fighter. Especially since he might have gotten used to this heavy body recently. If they were to fight. He had already tried it. Even though he only knew a little bit of kung fu before, he was still directly knocked down by his opponent. When it came to fighting, Deng Chenfei, who didn't talk much, was actually the best among them. That was because his family background was half gangster, and he had often fought with others when he was a child. If he hadn't been trained in fighting since he was a child, he would have died many times from fighting and being kidnapped by his family's enemies. Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia with a strange expression and said, she can beat me? She wouldn't even dare to stand there and let her beat me. Hey, no, you weren't like this before. Dong Jia, have you changed? You have a new lover, and you don't even care about your sister anymore. Dong Lijia glared at him and scolded angrily, that's enough. Can you shut up? You've been making fun of my sister since we were kids. You're an adult now. Can you be a little better? Luo Yuanjun was a mean person. He liked to play with Dong Lijia and tease Dong Xinxin. Dong Xinxin was often teased by him when he was a child, so he was very tired of him. And no matter how much he warned him, he would stick to Dong Xinxin and hit him as soon as he saw him. He often went overboard and got beaten up by Dong Lijia, but after a few days, the scars healed and he forgot the pain. After growing up, Luo Yuanjun was finally unable to touch her. But at the same time, Luo Yuanjun's sharp-tongued skills had also improved. Dong Xinxin's personality was more introverted. Later on, he would often hide whenever he saw him. In fact, she really wanted to beat him up in her heart, but she was too weak to do such a thing. As for the relationship between the two of them, it was more complicated. They weren't exactly childhood friends, and they weren't exactly childhood friends either. Because it was Luo Yuanjun who provoked Dong Xinxin on his own initiative, and Dong Xinxin wanted to hide when he saw him. However, Luo Yuanjun felt awkward. He could tease her, but not others. Of course, Luo Yuanjun wouldn't care if it was Dong Lijia, his biological brother. However, he would not allow anyone other than himself, Dong Lijia, or Deng Qinfei to bully Dong Xinxin. Lin Wenwen, however, rolled his eyes at Luo Yuanjun. He walked around him to Dong Lijia and said, "Are you going to the seaside?" "I'll go too." Actually, she was directly telling Dong Lijia that she wanted to go. As for the previous sentence, it was actually superfluous. Anyway, she didn't care whether they would go or not. If they didn't go, she would go by herself. Dong Lijia looked at her in surprise. "You want to go?" Lin Wenwen said lightly, "Yes, your sister wants to go." "What's wrong? Can't I?" Hearing that, Dong Lijia suddenly thought of something. Then he said thoughtfully, "Okay. Then let's go." Seeing that, Lin Wenwen turned around and went upstairs. The others were left in the living room in silence. After a while, Luo Yuanjun came over and asked Dong Lijia, "I just want to know why she behaved like a different person from the night of my birthday to today. I suddenly feel that you just said that she would beat me. Is that true?" Dong Lijia glanced at him coldly and said, "I told you not to underestimate my sister now, or you will be beaten. Believe it or not, you can go and have a try." When he finished speaking, Qin Zhao, who was sitting next to him, was also a little surprised. Dong Lijia turned his head and looked at Wu Mingho, who was sitting quietly, and said with a smile, "Master Wu, you seem to be more relaxed recently. Are you used to the social circle in the city?" Wu Mingho was the only child, and he had just come back from abroad this year. He started to move around in the circle of young masters in the city. Hearing Dong Lijia mention him, Wu Mingho's handsome and elegant face warmly smiled and said, "Yes, I wasn't familiar with everyone before. Fortunately, second brother Luo is still very annoying." Then he glanced at Luo Yuanjun, who was walking over. He meant that he actually had a good relationship with Luo Yuanjun, so he followed him for his sake. And Luo Yuanjun was a playful person. After knowing that Wu Mingho was back, he had been looking for him many times. Everyone knew that the second young master of the Luo family was a particularly annoying person. If he targeted you and you ignored him, he would be more and more excited. Hearing that, Dong Lijia immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I was also unlucky to grow up with such a person." Hey, hey, hey. Is it really okay for you to say that in front of me? I don't care about my face. Luo Yuanjun walked over and kicked him angrily. Then he sat back in his seat. "Hurry up and get ready. We'll drive there in the afternoon. And that fat ball even took the initiative to tell you that she wanted to go. I don't know what's wrong with her. Luo Yuanjun sat down and said that with a puzzled look on his face. Dong Lijia also kicked him angrily and said, "Your face has already been eaten up by dogs in front of us. Why do you want it?" Luo Yuanjun stretched out his foot and kicked him back under the table. "There are girls here. Are you blind? Can't you behave in front of girls?" In addition to Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui, there was also a girl sitting there with no expression on her face. In addition to Luo Yuanjun, Deng Qinfei, and Wu Mingho, there were two other boys. Their relationship with Dong Lijia was not as good as that of Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun. Still, it could be said that they were acquaintances. Deng Qinfei was already used to their childish actions. He turned his head and looked upstairs. Then he looked at Dong Lijia, thinking about Dong Lijia's attitude just now. He always felt that there was something wrong with Dong Xinxin. Although he had noticed it a long time ago, he couldn't tell what the problem was. He was still the same person, but it felt wrong. Even Dong Lijia didn't spoil her as much as before. What was going on? Chapter 1191. Lin Wenwen went upstairs to Dong Xinxin's room and asked, "Do you know how to swim?" Dong Xinxin said, "No." Lin Wenwen asked curiously, "Then why do you still want to go to the beach?" Dong Xinxin said, "You don't have to know how to swim to the beach. Besides, I'm not planning on swimming. I just want to see the sea. I heard that seeing the real sea will make one's mood very different." Lin Wenwen thought about it and said, "Well, it will definitely be different. If you can see the sunset, it will also be very beautiful." The orange-red light on the horizon rippled with the waves, sparkling with the light. "I like to walk on the beach barefoot. The sand is very soft and comfortable." Dong Xinxin listened to her description and looked forward to it even more. "But you can exercise in the sea if you go to the beach. Besides, running on the beach is also very difficult." Lin Wenwen wasn't thinking about the scenery, but the environment there. If she wanted to exercise, it would be very difficult. And swimming in the sea was not as easy as swimming in the pool. She went to take a shower and then quickly packed up her things. Clothes, phone, tablet accessories, and so on, and put them in a small salutation box. Just as she was about to go out with the salutation box, she suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her head before she could reach the door. Images quickly flashed by. There were people, zombies, and many strange beasts in the images. Lin Wenwen suddenly covered her forehead and leaned against the door, her face scrunched up in pain. This time, 4 or 5 images flashed in her head, and they were much clearer than the last time. But among these images, 3 of them were large groups of strange-looking beasts. They were running around in the abandoned city, tearing apart the zombies, and many of them were climbing to the roofs of buildings and roaring at the sky. In one of the other 2 images, she saw Lin Qiao and the others, while the other image was of a person standing on top of a high wall, looking down from above. Dozens of meters below the wall was not a tide of zombies, but a tide of exotic beasts that were swarming over. A few images flashed by, and the pain in Lin Wenwen's head disappeared, leaving behind a feeling of dizziness. Moreover, his entire body suddenly felt weak and powerless. Lin Wenwen's legs went soft as he leaned against the door and sat on the ground. "What's wrong with you?" Dong Xinxin's voice sounded in her mind as he asked her blankly. Lin Wenwen frowned and said, "Don't speak first. My head hurts when you speak." When she heard Dong Xinxin's voice, she felt a throbbing pain in her head. Although it wasn't as serious as before, it wasn't a good feeling either. Dong Xinxin calmed down when he heard what she said. Lin Wenwen sat for a while, recalling the images he had just seen in his mind and the information he had received from the images. Those abandoned buildings, the dusky sky, and the sandstorm. Needless to say, that was the scene after the end of the world. Her sister was still wearing Lu Tianyu's face, but she was flying in the air and throwing down a large amount of black flames to the ground. In the other images, there were huge beasts of strange shapes and armored giant poisonous insects. There were too many of them. At a glance, they covered a large area of the streets, alleys, and even climbed up the walls of buildings. What were those? She had never seen those things before, and these things were attacking the base. That high wall was none other than the wall of the base of all beings. Moreover, her sister was fighting these things, and there was also the flames of war and smoke around her sister. Lin Wenwen knew that these images hadn't happened yet, and they were about to happen. But she didn't know when. Where did those strange creatures come from? Why would they attack the base? What had happened in the 7 years that she had been away? There was a lot of information coming from the scenes and the images, but there was no beginning or end. However, she concluded that the end of the world was about to usher in a big crisis 7 years later. It was a disaster, and the formation of the disaster was those strange creatures. But she couldn't see the development and the ending. She didn't know what the end would be. Xin. Xin, are you inside? Just as Lin Wenwen was still sitting on the ground immersed in the impact of the images just now, there was a knock on the door and Dong Lijia's voice. Wait a minute. Lin Wenwen hurriedly held the door and stood up. Then she took a deep breath and exhaled. After tidying up her mental state, she opened the door. Why are you so slow? What are you doing? Dong Lijia watched her open the door and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Wenwen pulled the box beside her in front of him to show him. Dong Lijia's expression froze, and then he said, Wait, you packed so quickly. Are you really going? Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, You don't have to go. Dong Lijia rolled his eyes and said, How is that possible? But I have to tell my parents first. Lin Wenwen looked at him in confusion. You're the big brother, shouldn't you be the one telling them? Or do you want me to go with you? Dong Lijia shrugged and said, I'll tell them, but why do you suddenly want to go to the beach? Lin Wenwen leaned against the door frame and looked at him. Didn't I say that your sister wants to see it? Besides, the sea after the end of the world isn't as beautiful as it is now. It's better to see the blue sea and blue sky while we still have time. Dong Lijia nodded at her and said, It seems that you really want to go. Then you can go down first. I'll go and tell my father. Lin Wenwen took the box out, walked to the stairs, and handed it to the bodyguard standing next to her. Then she went down empty-handed. Seeing her coming down, Luo Yuanjun immediately came over. He couldn't help saying, Peng Qiuxin, you're going with us. Do you dare to go swimming? As soon as he said that, he couldn't help but scold Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen calmly rolled her eyes at him and asked Dong Xin in her heart, Why does this guy talk to you like this every time? Dong Xin snorted and said, He's always like this, very annoying. Seeing that Lin Wenwen ignored him, Luo Yuanjun immediately became angry. Hey, why are you so cold now? Whenever he said something like this before, the girl would always stare at him angrily. Although no matter how angry she was, she wouldn't hit him, but she would be so angry that she looked like a pufferfish. In fact, she was quite cute like that, but now, she was cold and indifferent, and he always felt that she was really going to hit him. To be honest, she was not cute at all now. Chapter 1192. Seeing Luo Yuanjun's face, Lin Wenwen really felt that it was no wonder that Dong Xin had asked her to beat him up if she had the chance. The feeling this person gave off was really annoying. It was exciting to pay attention to him, and exciting to ignore him. What? What kind of reaction do you want me to give you? Lin Wenwen looked at him and said calmly. Luo Yuanjun was stunned by her words and then said, well. Oh, no, you don't need to give me any reaction. You can. As he spoke, he unconsciously retreated. Lin Wenwen's eyes were very strange to him. It didn't seem to be the eyes that Dong Xinxin would have. Moreover, her current aura was very strong, and she instantly felt like she was suppressing him. This time, Luo Yuanjun finally felt that Dong Xinxin was really different from before. No wonder Dong Lijia had said those words to him just now. Lin Wenwen looked at them and glanced at their expressions. Apart from the two women who had a look of anticipation on their faces but a hint of coldness and scheming in their hearts, the others were rather calm. The two women failed to trick her last time, but it seemed that they had a new plan this time. Looking at their sparkling eyes, she knew what they were thinking. They were probably encouraging her to go swimming in the sea. After all, such a fat girl in a swimsuit. She didn't need a swimming ring. That scene was so beautiful. And in front of so many young men, she would become the laughingstock of others. She might even be disgusted. Seeing that she was looking at them, Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui immediately walked to her with a smile and looked at her happily. Xinxin, you're going. When we mentioned it to you before, you didn't seem interested at all. Lin Yuehui also said, yes, we thought that you wouldn't go this time either. They were prepared to use other ways to trick her into going with them. Unexpectedly, she proposed to go first. What a coincidence, it saved them a lot of trouble. Lin Wenwen smiled at them and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, oh, really? Don't you want me to go? The two women with exquisite makeup were stunned at the same time, and then they subconsciously looked at each other. Lin Yuehui suddenly waved his hand and said to her, no. How could it be? We're still thinking about it, but we're afraid that you don't want to go. What else do we have to do to convince you to come along? Lin Wenwen smiled at them, then walked to the chair by the window in the living room and sat down. Her seat was by the window, which seemed to separate her from the rest of the crowd. Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui looked at each other in confusion. Lin Yuehui wanted to continue talking to Lin Wenwen. However, Qin Jiao was a little impatient with Lin Wenwen. She secretly pulled Lin Yuehui and pulled her back to where she was sitting just now. Recently, for some reason, this fatty had suddenly become cold. Now, when he spoke, he actually gave off a feeling that he was looking down on others. It was as if the two of them were trying to curry favor with someone who was being ignored. Although Luo Yuanjun stepped back, he didn't stop talking. He looked upstairs and said, hey. Peng Qiu, why didn't your brother come down with you? Lin Wenwen sat on the chair, and his whole body seemed to cover the chair. However, she was almost used to this body. So what if she was fat? Being fat was her business. It had nothing to do with others. Anyway, even if she was fat, she would still be a flexible fatty. He'll come down in a moment. Lin Wenwen was playing with his phone and said, without looking at them. Deng Chunfei, who had been silent, suddenly turned to look at Lin Wenwen and asked her, Xinxin, have you been? Well, have you been busy lately? Lin Wenwen looked up at him and shook her head. Ah, no. When Deng Chunfei spoke, the others immediately turned to look at him. They all had the same feeling in their eyes. After hearing Lin Wenwen's answer, Luo Yuanjun didn't make fun of her like before. He just looked at her seriously, and then looked back at Deng Chunfei with a thoughtful expression. Seeing that Deng Chunfei rarely spoke, Lin Yuehui opened her mouth. She immediately turned to Lin Wenwen and said, yes, I also feel that something has happened to you recently. I feel that you seem to have changed a little. Lin Wenwen still smiled at her indifferently and said, oh, so be it. So be it. Anyway, no one will remain the same forever. That was why she didn't continue to act according to Dong Xinxin's previous personality. Because Dong Xinxin was very cold to these people now. Apart from wanting to beat Luo Yuanjun up, he didn't say much to the others. Deng Chenfei looked at her with his long and narrow eyes on his expressionless handsome face. Then he said, "Everyone changes for a reason. Xinxin, what is your reason?" Lin Wenwen looked at him, shrugged and said, "Maybe it's time. In 7 years, a person changes according to the environment changes. If the end of the world hadn't happened 7 years ago, it would have been difficult to survive in the past 7 years. Dong Xinxin might still be that silly little fatty." After hearing her answer, Deng Chenfei continued to look at her and then turned back. Lin Yuehui looked at Lin Wenwen blankly and didn't quite understand her words. She couldn't help but look at Qin Jiao and ask her with a meaningful look. Qin Jiao spread her hands to show that she didn't know what she meant. Luo Yuanjuan's eyes flashed and he looked at Lin Wenwen again. "Let's go. It's already 3:00. If we drive now, we should be there by 5:00. By the way, have you decided on the hotel?" At this moment, Dong Lijia's voice came from the stairs. Everyone looked up and saw him walking down the stairs. Luo Yuanjun immediately waved his hand and said, "I've already chosen one. I also booked a seafood feast in the hotel. I'm waiting to eat delicious food tonight." Dong Lijia nodded and waved his hand. "Oh, then let's go. Why are you still sitting here?" After saying that, he walked straight to the door. At this time, Lin Wenwen also stood up and walked out. After walking out of the door, she looked at the row of sports cars outside. Lin Wenwen looked at Dong Lijia. It seemed that she had to take his car. The driver helped him drive out his red sports car. Lin Wenwen looked at it with a disgusted expression. She didn't expect that Dong Lijia liked red sports cars. Dong Lijia was immediately displeased when he saw her expression. "What's with that expression? Are you disgusted with my concubine? Why don't you sit in it?" Lin Wenwen rolled her eyes and said, "Concubine. You should take good care of it these days. Let's see if you still love it in a few days." After the end of the world, no one knew how to drive sports cars. Chapter 1193. Hearing her words, Dong Lijia's expression froze, and then he was petrified. Yes, she said that the road conditions after Doomsday were not suitable for sports cars. Besides, fuel was precious. Sports cars were so fuel-hungry that it was fine. Moreover, the roads after Doomsday were not maintained at all. All kinds of damage, zombie cars, or garbage were piled up on them, and there were also piles of sand. What? There was no way he would abandon this car. How could he? You know, if you are the first in his heart, then this car is the second. Even Uncle and Aunt Dong have to sit in the back. How could he abandon it? Luo Yuanjun suddenly appeared at this time, hanging on Dong Lijia's shoulder, and looked at Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen smiled at him, and then turned to look at him. Seeing that she was ignoring him again, Luo Yuanjun immediately continued, "Am I wrong?" Dong Lijia threw his arm away from his neck and said, "Well, you're right. Let's go." As he spoke, he walked to his red Lamborghini. Lin Wenwen also got out and said, "Sell this useless car and get some off-road vehicles." Her words were like a stab in the back. Dong Lijia looked at her with a sad face and did not speak. But Luo Yuanjun, who was behind them, shouted, "Wow, fat ball, you're so cruel. How dare you ask Dong Jijia to sell his wife?" After Dong Lijia sat in the driver's seat, he saw Lin Wenwen also sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing that she pulled out the seat belt and fastened it, he looked back at the luggage that had been put in the back by the bodyguard. Then he turned his head and glanced at Luo Yuanjun outside, saying, "Hurry up." Then he started the car and drove away. An hour and a half later, the supercar team stopped in front of the gate of a seaside resort hotel in the neighboring city. With so many sports cars parked here, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding tourists. Then a group of young men and women got out of the sports cars, all of whom were tall and good-looking. Pairs of long legs immediately attracted the attention of many students who were out on vacation. Qin Jiao took off her sunglasses and turned her head to look at the people around her. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he walked in with a confident smile. Lin Yuehui, who was beside her, also raised his hand to brush the bangs on his forehead and touched his vertical hair. Only then did he take his bag and catwalk in his high-heel shoes. Another girl unintentionally glanced at them, then secretly rolled her eyes and followed the crowd in. "Okay, let's take a rest in the room. We'll come down for seafood tonight." Luo Yuanjun turned his head and waved at everyone. Then, he asked the hotel staff to bring him to his room. There were a lot of rooms in this hotel, so each of them booked a room. Lin Wenwen stood in the hotel lobby and looked around. Then, he followed the bodyguard to his room. Although they came out to play, Mr. Dong also agreed. But for the sake of safety, he brought a lot of bodyguards with him. After entering the luxurious hotel room, they could see the sea from the balcony. At this time, the sun was already setting. After a while, they would be able to see the sunset. Dong Xinxin's voice rang out in her mind with a burst of amazement. "Is this the sea? Seeing it with my own eyes is really different from watching it on TV or on the computer. It's so vast, so big." Lin Wenwen walked to the railing of the balcony and leaned against it. "It's a pity that you can't control your body now. Otherwise, you could go to the beach in the evening. It would be very enjoyable." The hot and humid sea breeze blew over with a kind of salty smell. Although it was a little cool, it was still very hot. Fortunately, this is not Hainan. If it were in Hainan, it would be really hot in July and August, Lin Wenwen said again. "Is it really that hot over there?" Dong Xinxin asked her curiously. Lin Wenwen said, "It's so hot, okay. The sun is very hot." After standing on the balcony for a while, she changed her clothes, took her phone, and put on earplugs before going downstairs. She walked out of the hotel and toward the beach. There were many people on the beach. Everyone was wearing swimsuits, swimming in the water, or playing with the waves in the shallow water. Lin Wenwen stepped on the soft sand step by step. Lin Yuehui and Qin Jiao stood on the sea viewing platform built by the hotel and looked in the direction of the beach. They saw a fat person who was more than 1.5 meters tall walking on the beach. They couldn't help but guess, that figure looks a little familiar. Is it Dong Xinxin? The two squinted their eyes and looked carefully. Finally, they recognized it and felt that it was very similar. Qin Jiao said doubtfully, "Why did she walk so far alone? The sun is still there, although it's almost sunset. But it's still very hot." Lin Yuehui smiled elegantly and then stroked his hair. He said, "Her body is so thick, and there is so much fat on her. She's definitely not afraid of the sun. Do you think she was really working out at home today?" Qin Jiao remembered that when she went to the Dong family today, Dong Xinxin looked like he was doing strenuous exercise. She slightly furrowed her carefully trimmed eyebrows and said with a puzzled expression, "From what we saw, it does seem to be real. But why did she suddenly want to lose weight? Did something happen to her? Speaking of which, I don't think we said anything to hurt her in this regard. Except for second young Master Luo. Usually, when a fat person went to the gym, the first reaction would be to lose weight." Lin Yuehui smiled disdainfully. "How long will it take for her to lose weight?" I think the gym coach won't want to see her if he sees her. Ha! Qin Jiao also laughed and said, but look at her. She is short and fat. She really grows horizontally like people say. Do you think she will dare to go swimming tomorrow? Lin Yuehui asked with a smile. Qin Jiao shrugged and said, if it were me, I would definitely not go swimming. Because maybe her swimsuit doesn't even have a size. Although she can wear casual clothes. But thinking about the feeling of the clothes sticking to her body, I think it's better not to. The two talked and laughed while looking in Lin Wenwen's direction from time to time. Seeing that she kept walking, she suddenly stood under the shade of a tree and did some stretching and warming up. Hey, look, she is warming up. What does she want to do? Qin Jiao suddenly tilted her head and stared in that direction in surprise. Lin Yuehui also turned his head and looked. He said, I don't know her. At this time, Lin Wenwen was standing under the shadow of a tree, stretching her legs and bending her waist to do a set of warming up. After that, she walked to the beach and began to slowly run along the beach from a place where there were fewer people. She is running. Qin Jiao said in surprise. Lin Yuehui said thoughtfully, could it be that she really wants to lose weight? Qin Jiao was silent for a while before answering, maybe. Chapter 1194. When it was dark, Dong Lijia asked them to come down for dinner. However, they couldn't find Lin Wenwen. Have you seen Xin? He looked at everyone and asked. Luo Yuanjun was playing a game on his phone. He said without looking up, did you go to her room? Dong Lijia said, I did. No one was there. Luo Yuanjun said, then you can call her. I didn't see her anyway. Dong Lijia said, I did, but no one answered. Qin Jiao looked at Dong Lijia and smiled. We saw her walking on the beach not long ago. I don't know if she's back. Dong Lijia didn't show any other reaction after hearing what she said. He just said, oh, she went jogging. She should be back soon. The others all looked up at him and asked, your sister went jogging. Why? Is she on a diet? Wu Mingho said with a smile, she shouldn't be too hot, but will she lose her appetite if she runs for too long? Dong Lijia said, no, she's used to this situation. She'll have a big appetite when she comes back. Besides, her taste has changed. Don't be surprised. The private room they booked was facing the sea. There was a floor-to-ceiling glass on the side facing the sea, so they could clearly see the scenery outside. Shouldn't she eat less if she wants to lose weight? Do you mean she will eat and drink when she comes back? Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia strangely. Deng Chenfei looked at Dong Lijia and asked with a serious expression, did something happen to your sister recently? Why did her temperament suddenly change? She's not like Dong Xinxin at all. She's like a stranger. Dong Lijia looked at him. He was right, but he couldn't admit it. He could only say vaguely, well, maybe something happened to her. Seeing his reaction, the others also felt strange. Dong Lijia looked at them with an inscrutable expression. He had asked Lin Wenwen what would happen to these people after the apocalypse. She said some people would betray her in a critical moment, and some would betray her for a few packets of instant noodles when they had no food. Most of them would become zombies. That was to say, these people. Except for Deng Chenfei and Luo Yuanjun, he did not need to care too much about the others. On the beach, Lin Wenwen communicated with Dong Xinxin in his mind while slowly stopping and moving forward. So, you want to beat him not because you hate him, but because he could have lived, but he didn't listen to you and left, right? Lin Wenwen finally figured out the reason why Dong Xinxin had asked her to beat Luo Yuanjun when she had a chance last time. Dong Xinxin said angrily, do you know how much superpower I used to go back to the time before he died? At that time, they couldn't find him, and they didn't know when he died. It took a lot of effort to gather the last bit of information about him, and then it took a lot of effort to find that place. When they found the corpse, they only found a part of the body that had been gnawed on. I didn't know how many days it had been since the rotting started. It was the first time I went back to half a month ago, but I didn't make it in time. The second time, he returned to more than 20 days ago, but he still didn't make it in time. The third time was a month ago. Her ability was special, and every time she used it, it would consume a lot of energy. During the third time, she didn't have much energy left to go back, and she couldn't stay for too long. The third time, she went back just before Luo Yuanjun was about to die, and it took her a lot of effort to save him from the zombies. However, a few hours later, they encountered a group of robbers. Then she broke a leg when she saved Luo Yuanjun, and it was difficult for her to move. She could only use her superpower to go back to an hour ago. She used this opportunity to let Luo Yuanjun leave this place in advance, so that he could safely avoid the robbers. But Luo Yuanjun insisted on taking her with him. He could go farther alone without any equipment, weapons, or a car. But he couldn't leave with her, a wounded man. As a result, the man refused to leave her, and they both died. In order not to fall into the hands of the robbers, they would rather die in the hands of the zombies. Why did I go to so much trouble? Why did they both die? I used up all my superpower just to die with him. I'm so angry. Dong Xinxin was very angry. She was still angry when she thought about it. So she didn't want to see Luo Yuanjun or talk to him these days. Maybe Dong Xinxin thought that they could survive the end of the world, so he didn't want to tell them about it. Anyway, they might not believe her, and they might even think she was crazy. Since they could live until a few years after the end of the world, it didn't matter whether she told them or not. In that case, one less trouble is better than one less trouble. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "It's not bad to die together. It's better to have a companion than to die alone." Hearing her words, Dong Xinxin thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Anyway, it has happened. I thought I would never have a chance again. I didn't expect that I would suddenly go back to 7 years ago. You can beat him when you can use this body. This is your grudge, it has nothing to do with me." Lin Wenwen complained again, then began to walk back to the hotel. Dong Xinxin sighed and said, "I don't know when that will happen. The more I see him, the angrier I get. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Lin Wenwen said while walking, "You don't have to. Maybe when you are angry, you will activate your power and suddenly be able to control this body." On the way back, she took out her phone and looked at it. She found that there were several missed calls. It turned out that she didn't pay attention to it when she put it in her pocket, and she was not used to using ringtone, so she always used vibration. Thinking about it, she guessed that it was time to have dinner with her. He made a phone call to Dong Lijia. "Have you started eating?" Dong Lijia replied, "Yeah, I'm already eating." "Why didn't you answer the phone when you were running?" Lin Wenwen said, "I didn't pay attention to it. I put it in my pocket." "Which private room are you in?" "I'll take a shower first and come over later." Dong Lijia told her the name of the private room and then hung up. Lin Wenwen dragged her sore legs back to her room. After washing off the sweat on her body, she changed her clothes and went down. When she found the number of their private room, all the dishes on the table had been served. All kinds of delicious seafood, such as abalone, sea cucumber, lobster, fish and crab, made people drool. Chapter 1195. Seeing her come in, Luo Yuanjun was the first to speak. Come on. We were waiting for you, Peng Qiu." Do you want to starve us? Lin Wenwen glanced at him and said, you can eat first. I don't mind. Luo Yuanjun pointed at Dong Lijia and said, you don't mind, but your brother does. He won't eat if you don't come, and he won't allow us to eat if he doesn't eat. Lin Wenwen rolled his eyes at Dong Lijia, then picked up the bowl and began to drink the snail soup. She said while pouring the soup, if you don't want to eat, I'll eat first. The delicious conch soup was her favorite. She wanted to have some soup first before eating. Let's go for a walk on the beach after dinner. The sea breeze is cooler at night, Lin Yuehui said to everyone with a smile. Qin Zhao nodded and said, yes, yes. I want to go too. Wu Mingho also nodded. That's a good idea. Brother Luo, let's go together. Luo Yuanjun picked up a big crab with his chopsticks and was about to eat. Hearing Wu Mingho's question, he answered casually, well, let's eat first. What's the hurry? We can barbecue at the beach for supper. Isn't it great? You haven't even had dinner and you're already thinking about supper. Dong Lijiao looked at him grumpily. Deng Chunfei asked him, have you rented a boat for tomorrow? Dong Lijia picked up a shrimp and began to peel the shell. He glanced at him and said, why are you asking me? Didn't you prepare it? Luo Yuanjun immediately said to him with dissatisfaction, hey, we've found a place to live. You should be the one to rent the boat, right? Dong Lijia dipped the shrimp in the seasoning and put it in his mouth. He said, brother, I'm poor now. Don't ask me. I don't have money. He had used all his money to order supplies and had no spare money to eat, drink and have fun. Everyone immediately looked at him as if he was joking and said, young Master Dong, how can you call yourself poor? Are you kidding us? It was Xiao Hanfeng who spoke. It was Dong Lijia who asked him to buy the gasoline. The Xiao Group's main business was oil and petrochemical companies. Luo Yuanjun pointed at Dong Lijia with the crab pincer in his hand and scolded, if you're poor, what about us? The richest person in the Dong family was the young master of the Dong family. He already had 5 supercars, and he had 2. Even Deng Chunfei only had 3. The others were about the same. Anyway, there weren't more than 3 cars. Needless to say, this guy had been investing and buying stocks since his first year in university. He had even founded a few small companies. Although they were small, their results and income were not low. Dong Lijia was too lazy to explain to them. He shrugged his shoulders and continued to peel off his shell. He said, anyway, I'm poor. Don't look for me on this trip. I'm here to eat and drink with you. Deng Chunfei saw that he only cared about eating his own food, then looked at Lin Wenwen and narrowed his eyes. If it was in the past, as a siscon, he would always pick up a pile of food for his sister first. But today, he didn't pick up any food for her and even let her drink the soup herself. This wasn't right. Lin Wenwen had just finished his soup when he saw Deng Chunfei glancing at him. He didn't want to hide it anymore and began to eat and drink to his heart's content. Everyone was stunned by the way he ate. When Dong Lijia came back to his senses, he suddenly felt ashamed. He said to Lin Wenwen, who had a crab leg in his left hand and a chicken wing in the other, I said, Xin. You. Mind your image. He wanted to say, mind my sister's face, okay? My baby sister's face is going to be ruined by you. Lin Wenwen glanced at him indifferently. Eating is the most enjoyable thing. You can't even eat to your heart's content. What's the point of enjoying it? Dong Lijia was speechless. He couldn't refute. Luo Yuanjun looked at Lin Wenwen dumbfoundedly and suddenly asked, Hey, Peng Qiuxin, I remember that you didn't eat lettuce before. Lin Wenwen glanced at him and said, now is now. The past is the past. Deng Chunfei's eyes flashed as he watched her eat. Dong Lijia glanced at him silently and felt that there might be guests in his room tonight. Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui looked at each other silently and said, "But Xin, aren't you, on a diet? Why are you still eating so much?" Lin Wenwen didn't even look at her. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up a spicy crayfish to eat. He said while peeling the shell, "I'm on a diet, but I still need to maintain my nutrition intake. Besides, I don't eat much." Then he stuffed the crayfish into his mouth and chewed happily. After dinner, everyone began to take a walk by the sea with the sea breeze. Deng Chunfei squeezed Dong Lijia to the back and looked at Lin Wenwen, who was walking by the shallow water. What's wrong with her? Even Dong Lijia's attitude toward her changed so much. It seemed that there was a big problem. Dong Lijia glanced at him and said softly, "Don't worry about it. It won't take long for her to return to normal." Deng Chunfei looked at him suspiciously. Dong Lijia thought for a moment and said, "She did encounter something. I should say experienced something. It's different now. You'll get used to it slowly." Deng Chunfei asked expressionlessly, "What did she experience?" Dong Lijia stopped and looked at him. He suddenly asked, "Let me ask you. If the end of the world really comes one day, what will you do?" When Deng Chunfei heard this, even his usually expressionless face revealed an inexplicable expression as he looked at Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. If you know in advance that the end of the world is coming, what will you prepare for?" Deng Chunfei looked at him silently for a few seconds and didn't say anything. The person in front turned around and shouted at them, "Hey, the two in the back, are you dating?" Dong Lijia immediately spat at Luo Yuanjuan's words. "Get lost. I'll talk to a girl if I want to, okay?" As he spoke, he strode forward. Deng Chunfei followed him and said, "That depends on what kind of end of the world you're talking about. A global volcanic eruption? A tsunami? Or a sudden natural disaster?" Dong Lijia was speechless. It made sense. If it happened on a large scale, it would also be the end of the world. He said, "No, I mean, virus infection and zombies. The whole city will become a zombie city, and then people will fall into panic and despair. There will be zombies everywhere. There will be no food, no water, no electricity, and no internet." Deng Chunfei looked at him and said, "You're talking about Resident Evil, right? If we know in advance, we will definitely prepare supplies, food, and water. And cars, gasoline, and so on." Dong Lijia smiled and said, "That's right. Normal people will think of this. But this kind of thing only happens in movies, right?" Then he stopped talking to Deng Chunfei and looked at Lin Wenwen, who was playing barefoot in the water. Chapter 1196. The cool water and the soft sand were under her feet. It was a very comfortable experience on a hot summer night. She felt the heat on her body dissipating from her feet. Qin Jiao looked back at Dong Lijia from time to time. When she saw him coming, she immediately approached him with a smile. "It's nice to walk by the beach at night, isn't it?" Qin Jiao said to Dong Lijia with a smile. Dong Lijia nodded, "Yes, it's very comfortable." Luo Yuanjun looked at Lin Wenwen, who was walking alone in the water, and suddenly approached her. He kicked the water in Lin Wenwen's direction, and then the slippers followed the water and flew toward Lin Wenwen. Whoosh! As it turned out, Lin Wenwen dodged Luo Yuanjun's childish attack with a sharp move. She had noticed Luo Yuanjun as soon as he moved. How could she be splashed by his kick? "Are you childish?" Lin Wenwen stood aside and rolled his eyes at Luo Yuanjun out of habit. Hey, you can dodge it." Luo Yuanjun saw that Lin Wenwen had dodged his attack so quickly that not a drop of water splashed on her. He looked at Lin Wenwen in surprise. The others all turned their heads to look at him after hearing his commotion. Dong Lijia's eyes lit up when he saw what he was doing. He suddenly sneaked behind Lin Wenwen and was soon seen by Lin Wenwen. "What are you doing?" Lin Wenwen turned around and stared at him expressionlessly. Dong Lijia awkwardly turned his head, but in the next second, he suddenly let out a strange cry and kicked Lin Wenwen with his foot that was in the water. "Puff! Aw!" Lin Wenwen called out subconsciously. He immediately jumped and slipped away a few meters away. The others looked at her in a daze, because she really ran very fast. She reacted fast too. "Wow! Xin, you reacted so fast." Qin Jiao looked at her with an unnatural expression and said aloud. Lin Wenwen scolded Dong Lijia angrily, "Are you going to play with him? Are you 3 years old?" Luo Yuanjun had failed the first time. But when he saw Dong Lijia fail to splash the water on Lin Wenwen, he immediately got excited. Yeah. I didn't expect you to dodge twice. Quite agile. When did you become an agile fatty?" Luo Yuanjun moved to the beach behind Lin Wenwen from the other side. If there was no water, they could use sand. When Lin Wenwen heard him calling her fat every few sentences, she also became angry. All of a sudden, he turned around and stuck his feet into the sand. Then, he swung his feet in the direction of Luo Yuanjun. Puff! The sand immediately scattered towards the Luo Yuan army a few meters away. Luo Yuanjun was caught off guard, and he dodged in a hurry. "Hey, you guys, did you just eat? Don't run so fast." At this time, the girl who had been silent all this while couldn't help but say to Dong Lijia and Zhang Fei. After Lin Wenwen kicked the sand at the Luo Yuanjun army, he immediately distanced himself from them. He walked to the other side of the sand and said to the two unhappily, "Are you idiots? Hey, who are you talking about? You big fat bull, how dare you call me an idiot?" Luo Yuanjun was furious when she called him an idiot. He was about to chase Lin Wenwen. At this time, Deng Chenfei said coldly, "All right, Yuanjun, be quiet. Do you want a stomachache after eating?" Luo Yuanjun was reminded by him and immediately stopped. He pointed at Lin Wenwen and then looked at Dong Lijia with dissatisfaction. "What's wrong with her? Since when did she become so mean?" Dong Lijia complained, "I told you, she has changed. He is not my Xin at all. Who knows who he is?" Lin Wenwen didn't want to talk to them anymore. She turned around and walked away. Walking along the beach, Lin Wenwen watched the waves hit the beach again and again. After walking slowly for an hour, the others all went back. But Lin Wenwen didn't go back. She continued to walk on the beach for a while and then began to run slowly. Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui were standing on the viewing platform again. They looked at the direction of the sea and chatted. Dong Xin is really like a different person. And her reaction was really fast just now. She was able to dodge Luo Yuanjuan's sneak attack. She really became a bit more agile. Lin Yuehui nodded. Yes, she was also very agile just now. But do you think she will wear a swimsuit tomorrow? They were going to wear swimsuits on the ship tomorrow. Because they might go swimming or surfing in the shallow water. Definitely not, Qin Jiao said. Lin Yuehui smiled. Haha, not necessarily. We'll go to her room later and say that we all know how to wear swimsuits. It must be weird for her not to wear one. Have you forgotten that she is most afraid of being noticed? If she wears a weird dress, people will definitely notice her. Qin Jiao also smiled and said, "Oh, right." When Lin Wenwen returned to her room, she had used up a lot of energy. She went back to her room and took a comfortable hot bath. When she was drying her hair in a bathrobe, someone suddenly knocked on the door. When she opened the door, Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui appeared in front of her again. Lin Wenwen rolled his eyes in his heart, but he looked at the two of them without changing his expression. "What's up?" Qin Jiao looked at him with a bright smile and said, "Can't I come to see you?" Xin, you've been very cold to us recently. Let's have a chat." Lin Yuehui also smiled and said, "I heard that they will have a barbecue on the ship tomorrow. They didn't do it at the beach tonight." They didn't wait for Lin Wenwen to ask them to come in and they squeezed in themselves. Qin Jiao sat on the sofa and asked Lin Wenwen casually, Xin, everyone will wear swimsuits tomorrow. Are you going to wear one?" Lin Wenwen shook his head. "No." Lin Yuehui immediately said, "Why? We all wear swimsuits, but you don't. I feel that you won't fit in. And it will look weird. Or did you not bring a swimsuit? We've prepared it for you, and we've also found your yard number." When she spoke, Qin Jiao immediately nodded and said, "Yes, we were afraid that you wouldn't be prepared. We prepared it for you." Then, she took out the bag that she had just brought in and opened it for her to see. Lin Wenwen looked at the situation of the two of them and knew that if they didn't let her say yes tonight, they would definitely pester her for a long time. So in order to get them to leave quickly, she had better say yes. "But I don't want to wear it." She looked at the two of them and said. "Why?" "But everyone is wearing it, and you're the only one who doesn't wear it." Qin Jiao looked at her blankly and said. Lin Yuehui knew that Lin Wenwen would say this. He smiled and said, "Are you afraid that you won't look good in it?" "No, this swimsuit has a lot of fabric, and it can cover your stomach. So you don't have to worry." Chapter 1197. In order to match Lin Yuehui's words, Qin Jiao also took out the swimsuit and showed it to Lin Wenwen. The style was indeed very suitable for a fat girl. There was a loose gauze apron that covered from the chest to the thighs. Lin Wenwen narrowed her eyes when she saw it. Indeed, she didn't look too ugly in this. After all, the swimming ring on her stomach was already covered. But would they be so kind as to find such a suitable swimsuit for her? She wanted to reach out to see if there was anything special about it. Then, Qin Jiao slightly shrank back and avoided her hand. Then, she put the swimsuit back into the bag. "Okay, let's put your clothes here. Take them out when you want to wear them tomorrow. They really suit you. Don't worry. You have to wear them, okay?" Qin Jiao put the bag on the sofa and then began to divert Lin Wenwen's attention. "Oh yeah, I feel that you've lost a bit of weight. Xin, you must have been working out recently, right?" Lin Wenwen didn't look at the bag again. She just smiled at them and said, "Really? Can you tell?" Qin Jiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, I can tell." Although they couldn't tell, they had to say that they could now. Because people who were on a diet liked to hear others say that they had lost weight. So, in order to divert Lin Wenwen's attention, Qin Jiao used this trick. If it was the innocent Dong Xin in the past, he would definitely be distracted by her. She probably felt very happy because of what she said. Once he was happy, he really forgot about the swimsuit temporarily. However, Lin Wenwen definitely couldn't not see through such a simple trick. She just pretended that she didn't see through it. Then, she showed a slightly happy expression and said, "Really? I have been working out recently. So, can you guys leave after you're done talking?" Seeing that Lin Wenwen's attention had shifted away from the swimsuit, Qin Jiao chatted with her for a while. After seeing her sleepy expression, they thought that she must have forgotten about the swimsuit and just wanted to go to bed, so they left her room. After the two left the room, Lin Wenwen's sleepy expression immediately became sober. She walked to the sofa expressionlessly and took out the swimsuit. After rummaging for a while, she finally found the problem. She thought that the two women had done something to the swimsuit, such as cutting off some parts and leaving a little bit of it attached. It was fine when she took it, but with her size, it would break soon after she put it on. But when she took a closer look, she realized that it wasn't what she had imagined. This was because the layer of gauze was glued on with a glue that lost its stickiness when it came in contact with water. The work really isn't that great. Lin Wenwen looked at where they were glued to. If he didn't look carefully, he might not be able to see it, but it was very obvious when he looked carefully. Was this a prank? When she wore it tomorrow, if they accidentally splashed water on it, it would fall off. And then expose her belly inside. Imagining the scene was indeed quite awkward and funny. Lin Wenwen sneered and threw the swimsuit directly into the trash can. Just as she was about to go to bed and turn off the lights, the door rang again. Speechless, she walked over and opened the door, thinking that the two idiotic women had returned. But when she opened the door, she saw Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chunfei standing outside. Luo Yuanjun had one hand in the pocket of his beach pants, and the other hand was raised to support the door frame with his elbow. He was looking down at her, who was opening the door. Deng Chunfei stood by the side with his arms crossed in front of his chest, and his face was still expressionless. "What are you doing? Can't you talk to me tomorrow? Do you know what time it is?" Lin Wenwen said impatiently when she saw Luo Yuanjun. It was already early in the morning, but he still came to her room. What did he want? "We have something to talk to you. Let's talk inside." Luo Yuanjun put down his hand on the door frame, pushed the door open, and squeezed in. Deng Chunfei didn't say anything and followed him in. Lin Wenwen looked at the door that had been squeezed in for the second time without her permission, then closed the door with a sullen face, and turned to look at the two women. If she was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, she would definitely be overjoyed and infatuated when she saw the faces of these two people. Although she didn't pay much attention to them before, now she saw that the two women looked about the same. They were both slightly better looking than Dong Lijia. Seeing her close the door, the two men's expressions immediately changed. They stared at her inquisitively and looked her up and down. Luo Yuanjun stared at her body, while Deng Chunfei stared at Lin Wenwen's eyes. Lin Wenwen and Deng Chunfei looked at each other for a few seconds, and saw that the other was not going to speak first. She said aloud, "Aren't you afraid that Dong Lijia will know that you are in a girl's room in the middle of the night?" Generally speaking, when a brother saw another man entering his sister's room in the middle of the night, he would have wild thoughts. Deng Chunfei looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Lin Wenwen was stunned. She looked up at his face and said calmly, "What are you talking about?" Deng Chunfei looked down at her, and his eyes were fixed on her sharply. He said with a straight face, "Except for your face and your body, you don't look like the Dong Xinshin we know at all. In this world, except for twins, the probability of people who look the same is as low as 1 in a million. Did you get plastic surgery? We have watched Dong Xinshin grow up, and we have known her for more than 10 years. Do you think we can't tell that you are a fake?" At this time, Luo Yuanjun also said, "In order to pretend to be a fat ball, you eat so much that you become so fat. It's really hard for you. Tell me, what's your purpose?" Lin Wenwen looked at the two of them with a baffled expression. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." But she thought to herself, it seems that these two people care about Dong Xinshin very much. Is it because she is Dong Lijia's sister? Maybe, as Deng Chunfei said, they have been friends for more than 10 years. It's normal that they are so familiar with each other. Not only are you not Dong Xinshin, but even Dong Lijia has changed. He would never ignore Xinshin like this, unless you are not his Xin, Deng Chunfei said, narrowing his eyes. Lin Wenwen still pretended to be confused and looked at them. Did you take the wrong medicine? What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, Luo Yuanjun suddenly stood in front of Lin Wenwen, pointed at the position of Lin Wenwen's heart, stared into her eyes, and said, although you look the same and have the same body, your soul is different. Who the hell are you? Deng Chunfei's breath instantly changed when he saw him poke his finger into the other person's chest. Well, this position. Luo Yuanjun really dared to poke it directly. Lin Wenwen looked down at the finger that had sunk into her flesh, and then looked up expressionlessly. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she gritted her teeth and said word by word, where are you touching? Where? Luo Yuanjun was startled by her murderous eyes, and he looked down at her. Then he found that his finger was poking in an awkward position of hers. No wonder it felt soft. But the next second, he was instantly petrified. Chapter 1198. While Luo Yuanjun was petrified, Lin Wenwen glared at him and said through gritted teeth, have you seen enough? It was not until then that Luo Yuanjun came to himself. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked up at Lin Wenwen guiltily. As a result, when he raised his head, a chubby fist came right at him. Pfft, ouch! With a scream, Luo Yuanjun squatted to the side, covering half of his eye. When Deng Chunfei saw Luo Yuanjun's petrified reaction, he could not help twitching the corner of his mouth and wanting to laugh. The next second, Lin Wenwen threw a punch at Luo Yuanjun. Then, Luo Yuanjun immediately covered his eyes and squatted on the ground with his back to them. Deng Chunfei was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Lin Wenwen and said with certainty, you really aren't Dong Xin. You said that time would change people, but less than half a month ago, Dong Xin was still very normal. How are you going to prove that in less than half a month, her personality and habits have changed to become like a different person? Even if time could really change people, it still needed to be accumulated. For her to have such a change in such a short period of time, it would only happen if she received a very serious blow or some other stimulation. Fuck me, fuck me. How dare you hit my eyes? What if I become blind? Only then did Luo Yuanjun come to himself. He jumped up immediately, covering his eyes with one hand and pointing at Lin Wenwen with the other. Don't worry, I won't go blind. I didn't use much strength, so please don't point your fingers when you speak next time. Lin Wenwen said to him coldly, then turned to Deng Chunfei and said, if you're just here to talk nonsense, please get out. I don't have time to accompany you. I still need to sleep. I just didn't pay attention. Just poked it. Luo Yuanjun felt a little embarrassed and guilty about Lin Wenwen's previous words, so he said weakly. Are you talking nonsense? If you want to pretend, you should at least make it look real. You don't even have an expression that Dong Xin would have on your face. When she asked Dong Lijia, he hesitated and didn't say anything. Who are you? What's wrong with your family? Where is Dong Xin? Deng Chunfei looked at her coldly and asked. Then he glanced at Luo Yuanjun and said, Xin would never hit anyone. Even if Yuanjun had offended her just now, she would only back away shyly. Or yell. Lin Wenwen carefully sized up Deng Chunfei. This person's observation skills were very sharp. Moreover, his personality seemed to be quite rigid. Once he had made up his mind, he would stubbornly hold on to it. Since the other party had already seen through her, he wouldn't believe her even if she kept acting dumb. As for Luo Yuanjun's character was a bit cheap and stupid. But if he really believed in something, he would be the same as Deng Chunfei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here with Deng Chunfei. She walked over to the bed and sat down. The mattress caved in because of her weight. She said, "I'm Dong Xin. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Are you planning to stay here tonight?" "I'm going to bed." She looked as if she would not give them the answer they wanted no matter what they said. Deng Chenfei and the other two looked at each other and understood what she meant. However, they really couldn't stay here for too long. They could only leave first. Anyway, there would be time and opportunities to slowly figure it out in the future. The two turned and walked towards the door. Luo Yuanjun covered one eye and suddenly turned around, pointed at her and said, "Our fat ball is not so violent. You are definitely not her." After that, he immediately followed Deng Chenfei out of the door of her room. Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, "Wait and see. She wants to hit you more." Then she stood up, walked to the door and locked it. Then she went back to the bed and lay down. She had a dream that night. In the dream, not only her sister with Lu Tianyu's face appeared, but also Lin Hao, Lin Feng and others. They were all fighting with the monsters she had seen before, and they seemed to be having a hard time. Because when those superpower attacks fell on those monsters, they didn't do any harm to them. They still didn't react and continued to attack and bite the human beings. Countless of them surrounded one person. But she didn't see Yuan Tianqing, she also didn't see the purple figure that she was very concerned about. "What did you say? You want to find fresh catnip that hasn't been infected? Where can I find fresh catnip that hasn't been infected now?" But only the smell of fresh catnip can keep them away. Now that all the plants outside have mutated, it is impossible to find uninfected catnip. And they are not cats. How can they react to this kind of thing? If they were cats, they would only be more excited. Instead of being afraid to avoid it. In a research room, two men were talking about catnip. When Lin Wenwen woke up in the morning, this picture stopped at the end. She didn't know what they were talking about, and the two men were very strange. But she heard that fresh, uninfected catnip was very important to them. She sat on the bed and closed her eyes, thinking about the information in the picture. This dream was very real, but also very illusory. Catnip? Does it have something to do with those monsters? He said those things don't dare to come close. After Lin Wenwen opened her eyes, she muttered to herself as she got out of bed. She knew catnip was a plant. Was this telling her to bring back fresh catnip from before the doomsday? In any case, she should be able to bring it back. Judging from the tone of the two researchers, it seemed that they saw hope, but were forced by another sense of despair. He narrowed his eyes and looked outside. The sun had not even risen yet. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and tying up her hair, Lin Wenwen changed into a loose beach outfit. And it was a male outfit. The male outfit was big, loose, and comfortable to wear. After tidying up, she drank a cup of water and then went out with the phone in her ear. Although there were not many people on the beach early in the morning, she could see some people jogging by the beach. She breathed in the sea air and then did a warm-up exercise. Then she followed them to the beach and jogged. The others didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. Dong Lijia went to the restaurant to order some food, but he laughed when he saw Luo Yuanjun. "Pfft! Second young master Luo, what happened to you? Ha 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 ha. What did you do last night?" Dong Lijia looked at Luo Yuanjun's black eye and couldn't stop laughing in his chair. Luo Yuanjun looked at him silently, then turned his head away to show that he was silent. Then the others came down. Except for Deng Chenfei, they all exclaimed in surprise at Luo Yuanjun's black eye. One by one, they curiously asked him what he had done last night to be punched by someone. Don't say that he fell down. No one would believe it. Chapter 1199. In the base, after Lin Qiao suppressed Yuan Tianqing's condition, she began to think about how to solve Yuan Tianqing's problem. Even if she used the energy of the spatial lake to suppress him, she wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. She would have to change the water in 2 hours at most, and she would need to control the energy in the water. In other words, she suddenly fell into a situation where she couldn't leave Yuan Tianqing for more than 2 hours. If she couldn't change the water in time after 2 hours, Yuan Tianqing's life might be in danger. Should he throw Yuan Tianqing directly into the lake in the space and use the energy of the lake to suppress the energy in his body? After all, she couldn't possibly change the water every 2 hours, could she? It seemed like she could only wash Yuan Tianqing and submerge him at the bottom of the lake. As for why she had to wash him, the water in the lake was for drinking. Cough. Thinking about how often she soaked in it, this was already a lake with a taste. Thinking about this awkward problem, Lin Qiao could only pretend she didn't see it. After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao decided to throw Yuan Tianqing at the bottom of the lake. It would save her trouble and worry. She said to Lin Hao in the room, "How about this, you help me wash him clean. Then put a pair of underwear on him. After washing him, I'll put him in the lake to suppress him. Otherwise, if I leave him here, I won't have enough time to deal with sudden reactions." Lin Hao thought it was a good idea after hearing what she said. So he nodded. "Okay, then I'll wash him." Before Lin Qiao walked out, she turned back and reminded him, "Wash him clean." Lin Hao was speechless. It seemed like he should drink less of the water in the lake in the future. Until the last moment, after waiting outside the room for half an hour, Lin Hao rolled up his sleeves and walked out with a face full of sweat and a depressed face. He said tiredly, "It's done." Lin Qiao turned around and entered the ward. Sure enough, Yuan Tianqing's pants in the bucket had been removed, and his hair was wet. He was wearing a pair of white underwear, and his whole body was purple and black. It looked very strange. She grabbed his arm and brought him into the space. They appeared in the middle of the lake and casually threw him into the lake. Plop! After Lin Qiao dropped Yuan Tianqing, he appeared on the shore in a flash. Then, he took off his clothes and dived into the water. After diving into the water, she controlled her body like a fish and swam to where Yuan Tianqing was. Right in front of him, facing him, she reached out a hand and placed it on his heart. His mind began to control the surrounding energy to gather here. The green energy shrank into a dark green color and piled up on Yuan Tianqing's body, wrapping him up into a human cocoon. His underwear was also squeezed and disintegrated by the energy, and he was completely naked from head to toe. After seeing that he was surrounded by green energy, Lin Qiao loosened his grip slightly and left the bottom of the lake to swim upstream. She returned to the shore and put on her clothes before she flashed out of the space. Duan Wan and Lin Hao waited outside the door. Seeing Lin Qiao disappear for a while and then reappear in the room, they knew that she had temporarily taken care of Yuan Tianqing. Lin Qiao walked out with her long hair dripping. She looked at Lin Hao and said, "Is there no progress in researching Yuan Tianqing's medicine?" Lin Hao Jun shook his head with a troubled expression. "No, I've even tried the root plant you brought back from the cave last time. But it's useless. I have no idea what the nemesis of this energy is. Also, I haven't studied the attribute of this energy in his body, so it's not that fast." Lin Qiao reached out and patted his shoulder. "Don't be too anxious. At least I can still suppress him on my side. But we can't let our guard down. Keep it up." Lin Hao sighed. He suddenly said, "If only Wenwen was here now. At least she could do the bathing. She could also take advantage of Brother Tianqing. Making me bathe him, it hurts my eyes." He thought of the scene of taking off Yuan Tianqing's clothes and bathing. Although Yuan Tianqing's body was very good, he was jealous. It was so good that he was jealous. However, he liked women and had no interest in men's bodies, especially Yuan Tianqing's dick. At first, he was curious about his size. After comparing it with himself, the more he looked, the more he felt that his eyes were going blind. And he even helped him bathe there. There was nothing left to live for. If Lin Wenwen, who liked Yuan Tianqing, did it, she would be overjoyed. Lin Qiao looked at his expression and said with amusement, "What? Yuan Tianqing's body is not bad. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Are you jealous? You're much worse than him. But you're right. Taking care of Yuan Tianqing in his current state might be of great help to Wenwen's feelings. But she's in a special situation now. These two people are really something. How did they get into trouble together?" Duan Wan saw Lin Hao's expression and couldn't help but smile. Lin Hao shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the two of them are fated in this aspect? Okay, that's it for now. I'm going back. Lin Qiao waved his hand at him and said goodbye to him before leaving for home. When he got home, the two children were still playing in the living room. The sound of a spatula stir-frying came from the kitchen. She looked at the time. Although it had been less than an hour since she left, it was almost time. Hadn't this man cooked yet? She put a towel on her head, and her hair was half dry and very messy. She walked to sit next to little Tingting, then picked him up and put him in her arms. Well, he's a bit heavy. It's really a bit long. Can you stand? She pinched his armpits with both hands and weighed his weight, then looked down at him and asked. Little Tingting shook his head and looked back at Lin Qiao. I can't stand up yet. At this time, Wu Yueling also came to Lin Qiao's side and looked at him with a cute smile. Then she whispered, He climbs very fast. He couldn't stand, but he could climb very fast. Lin Qiao looked down at Wu Yueling and saw her smiling sweetly. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. He smiled and said, He is very good at climbing. If he could stand up, I think he would learn to run before he could walk. This kid was very active. If he could stand up, he would run everywhere. Thinking of the time when little Tingting turned into a strange grass and ran out of the space lake, he became a bit more active. Although he couldn't run very well at that time, hearing Lin Qiao's words, Wu Yueling covered her mouth and laughed. She felt that her brother would really do such a thing. But if he ran before he could walk, he would probably fall. Chapter 1200. She thought of how little Tingting would often fall even when he was crawling around. Wu Yueling smiled unkindly. Lin Qiao looked at her and smiled, then looked at little Tingting. She pinched his feet that were as soft as lotus roots and said, I was too impatient. Normal children can only walk when they are 1 to 1.5 years old. But normal babies can only crawl when they are half a year old. But you can already crawl around when you are not even a month old. Although little Tingting was not an ordinary child, his growth rate was really too fast. But he could speak as soon as he was born, so she definitely could not look at him with the eyes of a normal baby. I'm about to grow teeth, saliva. At this time, little Tingting suddenly raised his head and said to Lin Qiao. Then, she saw a clear liquid slide down from the corner of his mouth. Lin Qiao quickly wanted to find a tissue, but Wu Yueling next to her took out a small towel and handed it to her. Lin Qiao took a look and understood that this was the towel that little Tingting used to wipe his saliva. Since she could use a towel, it was better to use a tissue sparingly. Although the base in Sea City could now make new tissues, because they had to go out of the base to collect raw materials. Tissue and toilet paper were still very precious. Open your mouth and let me see. Lin Qiao said to little Tingting with some anticipation after wiping his saliva. Fortunately, this kid still knew to remind her, otherwise the front of her clothes would have been wet with his saliva from time to time. Little Ting opened his mouth wide and let out a soft sound. Lin Qiao tilted her head and looked at the gums of his lower incisors. Sure enough, she saw two small white teeth. They're growing quite fast, Lin Qiao said as he gently touched them with his fingers to feel the hardness of the two small teeth. At this time, Wu Qingyue came out of the kitchen with a bowl of food and put it on the table. I think so too, but since it's grown, his stomach should be able to adapt to other foods soon. Has the matter just been solved? Lin Qiao grunted. Kind of, but it's only temporary. The fundamental problem hasn't been solved yet. After all, it's a new type of superpower. It can't be solved so quickly. I need time. Wu Qingyue glanced at her, then turned around and went into the kitchen. Lin Qiao looked up at him, then said to Wu Yueling, "It's almost time to eat. Lingling, go wash your hands and take your seat." Wu Yueling nodded and went to wash her hands obediently. Lin Qiao carried Xiao Tingting and dragged his little butt with one hand. Then, she stood up and walked to the kitchen door to look at Wu Qingyue. After glancing at him, she walked to the empty chair at the dining table and put him down. Then he went into the kitchen to get a bowl and asked, "Where's little Tingting's rice?" Wu Qingyue glanced at the clay pot on the stove and said, "In the clay pot." Lin Qiao found a ladle and opened the casserole. Looking inside, there was golden egg custard. She asked Wu Qingyue while scooping the egg custard into the bowl, "When are you going back to High City?" Wu Qingyue continued to scoop up the dishes and replied, "Are you trying to chase me away?" After Lin Qiao scooped up the egg custard, she put the lid back on the clay pot. She glanced at him and realized that he had switched to an expressionless face. His expression didn't change because he was talking to her. His gaze was focused on the movements of his hands as he put the dishes on the plate. His exquisite side profile had a serious expression. Lin Qiao was already used to this look of his, but no matter how many times she saw it, she would always be attracted to this look of his. At this moment, Wu Qingyue scooped up the dishes in his hands. Suddenly, he turned his head and met her eyes. Then, he said with a smile, "I realized that you really like to watch me cook, and you're even fascinated by it. It seems like I'm more charming when I cook than usual." Seeing him smile, Lin Qiao's aura of a male god just now was broken. Moreover, when she heard what he said, she immediately rolled her eyes at him, turned around, and walked out with Xiao Tingting's bowl. Wu Qingyue automatically accepted her eye roll and followed her out. As he walked, he said, "Why don't you admit it? Back then, when you turned transparent and stayed in my house, you would often watch me while I was cooking. Don't think I didn't notice." Lin Qiao said angrily, "That's your illusion." She walked to Xiao Tingting's side and sat down. Then, she picked up Xiao Tingting's ceramic spoon and began to stir the steaming egg custard in his bowl. "Why won't you admit it? Mama, you clearly saw it." At this time, little Tingting tugged at Lin Qiao's leg. Lin Qiao stopped what he was doing and stared at him silently. Tingting immediately turned his head to look at Wu Qingyue guiltily, then he muttered softly, "I didn't say anything wrong." Lin Qiao said coldly to the back of his head, "Do you still want to eat this meal?" Ting immediately turned around and obediently sat down. Like an obedient child, he said, "Yes." Lin Qiao said angrily, "Then don't talk nonsense." After saying that, she held the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other. She gently blew on the egg custard in the spoon and then touched the temperature of the spoon with her lips. When she felt that it was enough, she reached out to little Ting. "Open your mouth." Wu Yueling, who was sitting in her seat and waiting for the meal, also looked at little Ting and said seriously, "Eat well. Don't talk while eating, this meal was only for the three of them. Lin Qiao was only responsible for feeding them." However, this made Wu Qingyue eat a little more easily than before. After eating, she washed the two children's feet and important parts. She didn't dare to wash them all. It was already cold now. The weather was very dry, and it wasn't good to bathe the children every day. After the bath, little Ting sat in Lin Qiao's arms and flopped around. "Mama, say it." Lin Qiao looked at him blankly. "Say what?" Little Ting asked. "Didn't you say that there are a lot of strange things coming out of the ground? What do they look like?" "Ah." I'm drooling again, however, before he finished speaking, his mouth began to drool again. Lin Qiao wiped him with a towel and said, "Some look like giant insects, and some are very big monsters. There is also a monster with eyes all over its head, and it only crawls on two legs." Little Ting imagined something with a head full of eyes in his mind, and then said curiously, "What are they? Why do they come out of the ground?" Although little Ting was only a little curious, Wu Yueling, who was next to him, was a little scared after imagining it. Because when she thought of the monster with so many eyes staring at her, she felt terrified. Chapter 12:01. While Lin Qiao and the two kids were talking in the house, Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily were lying down and chatting with Lin Jing in Lin Jing's house. They were also talking about the monsters. Lin Kuei sat on the sofa and said, "The monsters with many eyes that we encountered in the beginning, there was a black gas where they appeared. The gas killed the surrounding plants and animals, and the corpses of the mutated beasts were rotting very quickly. But the creatures with many eyes seemed to like to eat those rotting corpses." Qiu Lily and Lin Jing looked at him with their shoulders shrunk, refusing to imagine. Okay, don't talk about the monsters with many eyes. It's all your fault for describing it so clearly. My mind is filled with the images of many eyes now." Qiu Lily suddenly reached out to stop him and turned her head away with a conflicted expression. Lin Kuei smiled good-naturedly and said, "You're the ones who asked me. But you don't have to be so honest and clear." Qiu Lily turned her head back and looked at him with a depressed expression. Lin Jing smiled and said to Qiu Lily, "I can't help it. Kuei is just a little serious." Then she asked Lin Kuei, "Didn't you say that you would meet more later? What else did you guys meet? Monsters that we've never seen before. Could they be mutated beasts?" Lin Kuei shook his head and said, "They don't look like mutated beasts that we know of. Even if they were mutated beasts, their appearance didn't change much. Apart from being 10 times bigger than before, only their internal attributes changed a lot. Oh, we also met a big cat with 6 legs and a fiery red body. Its face looked more like a lion, but it had a tail like a snake's body." Qiu Lily's red eyes lit up when she heard about a big cat. She said with some interest, "Is it the one that appeared outside our base not long ago?" Lin Kuei looked at her and said in surprise, "You saw it?" Qiu Lily nodded and said, "I saw it for a while. It was very fast. It's not on the same level as me. I heard from the leader that it followed you guys back." Lin Ran nodded, then revealed a puzzled expression and said, "Yes, when we first encountered it, we hadn't even left the territory. After it appeared, the surrounding plants all turned into sand. But living creatures are fine. What a strange property." Qiu Lily asked, "But the leader didn't attack it. Didn't it attack you? But since it followed us all the way here, why didn't the leader kill it?" She could still feel that aura coming from afar, even though it was very far away. It did not seem to affect the safety of the base, but he felt that these strange creatures were not to be trifled with. Staying near the base would always be a hidden danger, just like those underground gorillas. Lin Kuei also shook his head, his expression was not very clear. "I don't know. The leader must have her reasons, and the monster left on its own. I just don't know if it will come back." Chiao Lily thought about it and felt that Lin Qiao might have other intentions. She then said hesitantly, although I read the information during the meeting, I didn't see it with my own eyes. It feels weird to imagine it. Lin Kuei, who was sitting next to her, asked curiously, besides these two, did you guys encounter anything else? Lin Kuei looked at her and nodded, saying, there's one. It's very thick and long, as thick as a 1.5-meter bucket. When we encountered it, its upper body was sticking out of the ground, and the other half of its body was still hidden in the ground. But just the part sticking out of the ground was more than 10 meters long. I don't know how long the whole thing is. Chiao Lily then added, this is the kind that the leader said was mutated like an earthworm, right? But can an earthworm really mutate into such a big one? And there's a circle of teeth in its mouth. It's so disgusting. Will it have mucus on its body? Lin Kuei shook his head, no mucus, their skin is a layer of keratin that looks like it's petrified. Other than biting their prey, they also like to spit saliva. Chiao Lily was slightly relieved and said, that's good, it's good. If it really had mucus on its body like an earthworm, it would be so disgusting. Imagining that sticky scene, Chiao Lily's zombie body felt terrible again. Lin Kuei nodded and said in agreement, if it has mucus, it's really disgusting. He looked at the time and suddenly stood up, it's getting late. We'll go first, sister. Rest early. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Lin Kuei subconsciously looked at the time and nodded, okay then. She also stood up and sent the two to the door. Then, she looked at the two with a gentle smile and sighed regretfully in her heart. If only Chiao Lily was a little older. The two standing together didn't look like a couple at all. Chiao Lily, who still didn't know that she was being treated as a sister-in-law, waved at Lin Kuei and followed Lin Kuei downstairs. Do you think those things will really attack the base? The places you encountered seem to be very remote, right? Chiao Lily asked while walking. Lin Kuei thought for a while and said, with their attribute of eating human flesh, they may follow the smell and find us. But we still have a lot of buffer time, they shouldn't find the human base so quickly. And those things also eat zombies. With a large number of zombies satisfied, they shouldn't find the human base so quickly. Although there were a lot of humans who turned into zombies, there were also a lot of monsters. And they had a big appetite. However, if there was a high-level monster, it would choose to eat the inferior food and actively seek out the delicious food of the living. So, the buffer time was uncertain. There are so many zombies, isn't it enough for them to eat? Chiao Lily walked beside him and looked up at him and asked. Lin Kuei slightly tilted his head and looked at her, saying, if you were still a human, would you want to eat meat? Or tasteless steamed buns? Chiao Lily answered without thinking, meat. What's so good about dry steamed buns? Lin Kuei smiled gently at her and said, so, some of the more advanced and intelligent ones will definitely not only eat zombies. They may follow the smell of human activities and slowly approach the human base to hunt. Hearing this, Chiao Lily was a little depressed and lowered her head, sighing and said, yes, by then, the human base will be in trouble. Something with such a high IQ definitely wouldn't come alone. They will appear with a large force. Chapter 1202. Looking at Chiao Lily's sad face, Lin Kuei's footsteps slowed down. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her head, it'll be fine. I believe that Leader and Leader Wu will find a way to deal with it. We won't lose the base. After all, this was the place where they decided to settle down. After living here for so long, they almost had a sense of belonging. Chiao Lily raised her head and looked at him, then suddenly slapped his hand away. She said with dissatisfaction, don't touch my head. Are you bullying me because I'm short? You're messing up my hair." With that, she turned her face away and skipped down the stairs. He took out his sunglasses, put them on, and walked out of the building. Lin Kuei turned his head to look, took out his sunglasses and put them on before following them out. After a while, some people who lived here came in. They didn't realize that Lin Kuei and Chiu Lily were actually two zombies. Chiu Lily didn't walk far from the community before she jumped and disappeared. When she appeared again 10 seconds later, she was already on the roof of the residential building in the second base. She found her exclusive seat and sat down. She didn't like to stay in her room. She liked to be on the roof. There was wind above, so she could see far away, so she could pay attention to the movements in the distance. After a while, the staircase door on the roof was opened again. A big black panther walked out with elegant steps. It turned its head to look at Chiu Lily's position and swung its long black tail. Chiu Lily turned her head and saw that he had turned into a black panther. Her eyes flashed and the red in her eyes became brighter. She waved at Lin Kuei. "Come here." The black panther walked over slowly, then jumped lightly to her side and sat down. Its tail swung left and right. Chiu Lily reached out and touched the fur on the black panther's chest. It was smooth and didn't get tired of touching it. The black panther suddenly swung its tail quickly, then turned its head and said to her with its leopard face, "In fact, I wanted to say this a long time ago. Even if I'm not in a human form, you're still molesting me, right? Are your chest muscles strong?" Every time, she would either touch his head or his chest, which made his heart itch and feel strange. Chiu Lily was stunned when she heard that, and then she quickly retracted her hand. Then, in the next second, he felt that his reaction was a little too big. It didn't seem necessary, right? Soon, she looked up at Heibao, who was taller than her even when sitting down, and said unhappily, "What? You're taller than me even when sitting down, and I can only touch here. Do you want me to touch your claws? Do you think I'm short?" Lin Kuei lifted a big paw for her and said, "I don't mind if you want to touch me." Smack! Chiu Lily slapped his black claw away, then turned her head and flung her ponytail at his face. She pouted and snorted, "I don't want to. Your paws are too dirty on the ground. Besides, if you really don't want me to touch you, then don't come near me. You were the one who leaned on me sometimes." Lin Kuei looked at the side of her face. The leopard smiled slightly, and its two round eyes narrowed. His tail gently hooked Chiu Lily's long hair from time to time. He said, "I heard that you were with the leader at the beginning. What was the situation like when you met? Did you guys have a fight? I heard that she was still very weak at that time." Chiu Lily thought of the first time she met Lin Qiao, and she smiled and said, she was indeed very weak at that time. She was only level 3 or 4, but we didn't fight. Because she was just passing by, I sent low-level zombies to stop her in advance. I wanted her to pass by the other way, because that was my territory. But she didn't turn around and leave like other zombies. Instead, she drove there and parked there. I felt strange at that time. I was wondering why there was a car sound. But there was no human smell in the car. It was a zombie's. So I went to take a look. Then I saw her sitting in the driver's seat, looking at me calmly. Speaking of the first time she met Lin Qiao, Chiu Lily seemed a little excited. She continued, "Then we just looked at each other from a safe distance. I thought that a normal zombie wouldn't be able to drive, right? So I felt that she was very strange. I tried to ask her a few times, and then she opened the door and got out. At that time, I saw that she was wearing a clean camouflage military uniform. Although her face was ugly, her temperament was very clean. At that time, she took out a small notebook and wrote on it. I knew that she was rational, human, and had memories like me. I felt like I met a family member at that time. At this time, Chio Lily revealed a sad and lonely smile, and the red light in her eyes also dimmed, because before I met her, I was very confused. I felt lonely and scared to be alone. I became a zombie, but I still have human memories. I feel that I am a human, but my body is that of a zombie. I don't dare to be with humans, but I also don't want to be with those zombies who have no rationality and only know how to eat people. Lin Kuei had never seen Chio Lily like this, because Chio Lily always gave him the impression that she was clean, a little proud, but very straightforward little girl. She seemed to be happy all day, and she didn't care about other people and zombies except for the leader. He didn't expect that she would have this kind of sad and lonely moment. He couldn't help but raise a paw to pat her head, but before he touched her, he suddenly thought that his paw might be covered in dust, so he wiped it on the hair on his chest, and then stretched out his hand to pat her head twice. Chio Lily was brought back to reality by his action, and her little face immediately became angry. She slapped away the paw that he hadn't retracted in time, and then scolded unhappily, "How dare you use your paw to hit my head? How dirty!" Lin Kuei innocently took back his paw in the air, and said, "I wiped it clean." Chio Lily snorted, and then turned her head. Then she ignored him, looked into the distance, and said, "If I didn't meet Xiao Qiao, I would still be alone outside with those inhumane and rational zombies. I'm afraid of being alone." Lin Kuei looked at her in silence for 2 seconds, and suddenly said, "Don't worry, you won't be alone in the future. We're all here. As long as this base is still here, you won't be alone." As the two of them sat and chatted, a white head appeared from the corner of the roof of another building behind them. A wrinkled face of an old man looked at Chio Lily's figure of beauty and beast with a smile. A small figure appeared behind him, and then rolled his eyes at him. Then he walked over, and pulled him away. "Ha! What are you doing, Xiao Si? Where are you pulling me to?" Old Guo was suddenly pulled back, and he was shocked. Seeing it was Xiao Si, he immediately lowered his voice and asked him. Then he saw Xiao Si put up a notebook, and on the paper was written, "You're so free. So bored that you eavesdropped on others. Then teach me how to study." Chapter 1203. Old Mangua's face turned bitter when he saw Xiao Si's words. "Alas, I'm already so old. How can I remember your primary school curriculum? Besides, I'm not a teacher." He was a bad student back in the day. Studying and studying was simply killing him. Not to mention teaching children now. Xiao Si wrote on the notebook, "Then why don't you teach me how to read? You're an adult, you should know more words than me." Old Manguo looked at him and was suspicious for a few seconds. That might not be the case, he didn't even remember how to use pinyin. Okay. If this kid was reading a 5th or 6th grade textbook, he could still remember those words. But this little guy was reading a middle school textbook. He didn't even know many of those words, ahem. "Well, why don't you ask Lily to teach you? I'm old. My memory isn't good, and my eyesight isn't good either." Old Manguo looked left and right, then he turned around and was ready to leave. Before he left, he pointed at Chio Lily. Xiao Si stared at him silently. "What do you mean bad memory and eyesight? Even if you want to fool a kid, you have to come up with a better reason, okay?" Lin Qiao played with the two kids in the living room for an hour and then coaxed them to go to bed. Then she sat in the living room and started to take out the construction documents to deal with the work. Although there weren't many survivors in the base, there were still a lot of things that needed to be done in the newly built base. She just came back from outside, so she had to check on the progress of all the work. Moreover, Yuan Tianqing, one of the laborers, had collapsed, so she couldn't stay idle anymore. There were a lot of small things that she had to look over. After Wu Qingyue cleaned up the kitchen, he came out to take a shower. After showering, he sat on the single-seater sofa next to her and also took out a pile of documents from High City to read. So the two of them tacitly didn't disturb each other, holding their pens and writing. The living room was quiet except for the sound of them flipping papers and writing. After 2 or 3 hours, Wu Qingyue let out a long sigh of relief. He closed the last document in his hand and put all the documents on the coffee table into his briefcase. Then, he looked at Lin Qiao's movements. It seemed that he wasn't going to stop. He stood up and put his briefcase on the cabinet by the wall. Then, he sat on the sofa beside Lin Qiao and reached out to take the document she was reading. He closed it and threw it on the table. What for? Lin Qiao, who was concentrating on looking at something, was stunned by his action. She turned her head and glared at him unhappily. It's almost time. Don't tell me you want to see the sunrise. So many. Wu Qingyue said to her with a smile, then glanced at the pile of untouched documents on the other armchair. Can't I? It's not like I need to sleep. Lin Qiao calmly glanced at him, picked up the document he had thrown down, and continued to read. She had a lot of things to do now, so she had to finish reading these documents tonight. He still had to go to the zombie army tomorrow to help everyone level up. At least in this batch of zombie leaders that she brought out, there were a few that were about to level up. Also, Xie Dong's strength had to be raised to level 7 as soon as possible. With a few more level 7 zombie kings, the defense of the base would be more solid. Wu Qingyue calmly took the document from her hand again, then looked at her eyes with a bitter smile and said, "Can you spare some time for me?" "Ha! In your heart, Little Ting Ting and Lin Feng are the first, the base is the second, the zombie army is the third, and the new underground creatures outside are the fourth. What about me? Don't you think I'm too pitiful? I'm the closest to you right now." As he spoke, he felt that he was so bitter. Was this what Lin Feng had said, that before he confirmed his relationship with his wife, ambiguous moments were the most torturous? Lin Qiao silently looked at him. Listening to him, he did sound a little pitiful. But, then what do you want? She hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. Even if she had accepted him in her heart, her actions hadn't reached that stage yet. Sleep with me. Wu Qingyue looked at her and smiled. You don't need to sleep, but I'm still a human. I need to rest too. It couldn't be that both of them were at home, but he still wanted her to sleep on the same bed. Moreover, that bed was hers. Even if they didn't do anything they loved to do, just warming the bed was fine. Wait, this female zombie's body was cold. Thinking about it, it seemed that only when he was doing it with her did he feel her body temperature rise. So, if he really wanted to warm the bed, he still had to do something he loved to do. But he felt that, if he did that now, he might be thrown out of the window. After all, not long ago, they were both tricked by Little Ting Ting. That night, he tortured her a lot. Lin Qiao looked at him and narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. Wu Qingyue could only continue to say, "It's just sleeping, I won't do anything else." "Can I?" Lin Qiao looked around and said, "If you want to sleep, then sleep." "Why must I sleep with you? I'm a zombie, even if I don't sleep or work, I still need to absorb energy to cultivate." Wu Qingyue looked at her speechlessly. Alright, after the fourth would be the fifth, right? So he was going to be ranked behind again. He turned his head to look left and right, and suddenly saw the room where the two children were sleeping. His mind turned, and then he said with a smile, "Consider it my reward for taking care of the children these days. I, the leader of a large base, have become a nanny here, don't you want to pay me?" Lin Qiao. This. It seemed that if she really refused, it would be too heartless. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Then, what you said, it's just sleeping." I remember seeing this topic somewhere in the past. Girls always believe what guys say. When a guy says that he only sleeps with a girl, 99% of the time, that's not the case. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a stiff expression and a little awkwardly. He wasn't that kind of man, okay? Inexplicably implicated, although he had other impure thoughts, but considering that he would be thrown out of the window, he gave up. He raised his hands. "I promise I won't." "Really?" "At most." "Cough, a hug, is that okay?" Lin Qiao looked at him quietly with a "don't push your luck" expression. Wu Qingyue's momentum immediately weakened. At this time, Lin Qiao moved her eyes to the pile of documents on the coffee table, and said, "Okay, then I'll lie next to you and absorb energy. If you do anything else to affect me, you can try it." Wu Qingyue. Should he cry or laugh? Chapter 1204. To Lin Qiao, letting him sleep on the same bed was already her biggest concession. She could be called cold or arrogant. Although Wu Qingyue had done a lot for her and wanted to be with her, it didn't mean that he could change her lifestyle. Even if they had a son, she had already given half of her son to him. She didn't monopolize Enchanting. That should be enough. She had the right to choose her own life. It didn't mean that someone could change her life just by sticking to her. She had already planned to live alone. At least, she didn't plan to live a married life with another man. She had the ability to survive in this apocalyptic world and support others. What did she need a man for? Wasn't she still living well without a man? Moreover, she wasn't a beast. She didn't have to do that kind of thing with a man when she was in heat. Being pure and having few desires was actually not bad. Moreover, she was originally a cold person. It wasn't like she would die if she didn't do that kind of thing. Her life principles hadn't changed. Even if she gradually accepted Wu Qingyue into her territory, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Only he could because of Enchanting. This man had always been in a special position in her heart. He was placed on a delicate balance point. The first reason for two people to form a family was love. Before there was love, there needed to be liking. Before liking, there needed to be a good impression. Although it was easy to say, it wasn't easy to do. She and Wu Qingyue didn't have a good impression of each other from the beginning. They even fought a few times. After all sorts of things happened, perhaps Wu Qingyue's good impression of her had gradually turned into liking, then falling in love with her and understanding her. Lin Qiao could feel the change in his feelings for her, but she couldn't be like him. After all, if someone liked you and fell in love with you, you had to like them and then fall in love with them. After all, they were strangers. She knew that after Enchanting was born, Wu Qingyue had already included her and Enchanting in his personal territory. He also truly cared about her. If it wasn't for her ability improving at the same speed as him, perhaps her feelings for him would only lean towards the side of kindness. Her previous emotional injury made her close her heart. She no longer looked forward to love and only focused on family. However, she didn't expect Wu Qingyue to be so persistent with her. Fortunately, it wasn't to that extent. She had known him for a long time and understood his character and his feelings for her. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel anything in her heart, but she still didn't dare to have too many expectations. So, she let him enter her own place and sleep in her own bed. This was already the biggest concession she could make. She couldn't give any more. "Okay, I promise I won't do anything. Is that okay? At most, I'll use you as a pillow to comfort my soul. Brother, with a certain part of my body, I'll have to trouble you." Wu Qingyue's smile was a little twitching as he said that. He was crying silently in his heart. He didn't know if he was happy or bitter. He was holding the woman he loved in his arms, but he couldn't do anything except sleep. Yes, all men should know the feeling of having their balls hurt. Lin Qiao sensed something and glanced at him. Wu Qingyue immediately smiled and showed her his 8 white teeth. The strength he had just now was completely gone. Lin Qiao put away the official documents on the coffee table before standing up and turning off the lights in the living room. Then, she entered the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, she climbed onto the bed. Lin Qiao laid down and took out an 8th-level beast core from her space. Then, she looked at Wu Qingyue and closed her eyes to absorb the energy. Letting him stay by her side while absorbing the energy was giving him a lot of trust. Other people would find a quiet and secluded place to absorb the energy to avoid being disturbed. She hoped that this man knew how to be content. After Wu Qingyue walked in and saw that she actually cultivated as she said she would, he could only sigh in his heart. However, since she allowed him to lie by her side while she cultivated, it meant that her trust in him had greatly increased. He pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed before turning off the lights. After lying down, he didn't do anything. He just stared at the ceiling quietly. His nose was filled with her sweet scent. It wasn't like when he slept here alone before, where he could smell the faint remnants of her scent. Instead, it was fresh. He felt a strong wave of energy enter her body from one side and her palm. Then, it flowed through her entire body and gathered at her heart. Finally, a very pure wave of energy was purified from her heart and transferred to the center of her head. It was not the same as a human's absorption path. When a human absorbs energy, the energy would not stop at the heart. Instead, it directly flowed through her internal organs and finally gathered at the head. Wu Qingyue didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he quietly felt the flow of energy from Lin Qiao beside him while observing the changes in her breath. When her aura and the amount of energy she absorbed reached a stable point, he quietly moved his hand to grab her hand that was leaning against him. Because Lin Qiao was using her other hand to hold the energy core, Wu Qingyue successfully touched her empty hand and placed 4 fingers from her index finger to her little finger into her palm. Her hand was still cold, like a corpse's, but the temperature was a little higher than a corpse's. Because his movements were very light, his slow movements didn't cause the female zombie to have any other reactions. But before he could continue to feel the touch of her hand, a wave of energy suddenly came from her palm and entered his body. This energy was the one she was absorbing. Wu Qingyue. Ha! What's going on? Wait, he just wanted to touch her hand and eat some snacks. He didn't want to share the energy she was absorbing. What should he do? Should he let go? 2 people absorbing energy at the same time was unheard of, right? Would it affect her if he let go? For example, it would cause a sudden energy disturbance or something. But if he didn't let go, would she open her eyes and stare at him? This situation was a little awkward. Wu Qingyue's hand froze. He didn't expect this to happen. He was hesitating whether he should let go or not. When a psychic was absorbing energy, if there wasn't a lot of interference from the outside world, there wouldn't be any reaction. Actually, it was similar to what the ancient people said: when cultivating internal energy, it wouldn't affect the person meditating if the movements were light. It was the same for psychics. Could it be because she had the body of a zombie? At this moment, he suddenly felt the hand that was holding Lin Qiao's hand tighten. She had actually grabbed it. Wu Qingyue was shocked and turned to look at her. But he realized that her face didn't change in the darkness. Chapter 1205. At this time, the energy from Wu Qingyue's hand began to disperse through his blood vessels, flowing through his tendons, and finally to his neck. Lin Qiao continued to absorb the energy, but a part of it was absorbed by Wu Qingyue's side. Wu Qingyue muttered in his heart, "I didn't do it on purpose, don't be angry." Now he couldn't pull his hand back even if he wanted to, because she was grabbing him. Didn't he know that Lin Qiao was grabbing him subconsciously? Or did she already realize that he was also absorbing her energy? She should have realized it. After all, she could also feel the direction and trajectory of the energy flow. Then was she grabbing him because she couldn't let go at this time? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Don't let go." Wu Qingyue was startled. This voice sounded like it was virtual in his mind. But he could tell that it was Lin Qiao's voice, but what was going on? Telepathy. At this time, Lin Qiao's voice sounded again, and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "I know what you're thinking right now. So don't think about random things." Wu Qingyue immediately threw away all the other thoughts in his mind and cleared it. Without any distracting thoughts, he asked in his heart, "Then what should I do now? Continue to be like this?" Lin Qiao said, "You can't let go even if you want to. Can you feel for yourself if you can cut off this energy?" Wu Qingyue tried and found that the energy that connected the two of them couldn't be cut off. So, even if they tried to pull their hands out, they couldn't separate. He asked in his heart, "What's going on?" Lin Qiao said indifferently, "How would I know? I told you not to do unnecessary things. Who was the one who didn't listen?" Wu Qingyue was embarrassed for a moment, then said, "So now we can only wait for you to absorb all the energy from this core before we separate." Lin Qiao, maybe. Looking at the huge amount of energy contained in this level 8 core, with their current absorption speed, it would probably take a few days. The difference between level 8 and level 7 was not just one level, it was at least 10 times the energy of a level 7 core. If it wasn't for Lin Qiao's special zombie constitution, Wu Qingyue, a level 8 psychic, wouldn't be able to finish absorbing it in a few days. This was great, the two of them would need a few days to separate in this state. And he couldn't even wake up, he didn't even know if he could absorb 30% of the beast core's energy by daybreak. At the same time, both of them were thinking that the two children would probably have to wake up on their own tomorrow. Fortunately, Duan Wan and Xiao Liqing would come the next morning to take away some of the documents they had reviewed and bring some new ones. Therefore, the two of them should have noticed their leader's current predicament. Just as the two had expected, Ting Ting was the first to wake up the next morning. As soon as he woke up, he immediately felt an unusual energy fluctuation in the room next door. He stretched out his nose, and his two little nostrils twitched. Then, he revealed a blank expression. "Ha! What's going on with Mama and Papa?" Little Ting Ting sat on the bed, but because his body was still too small. In winter, when the blanket was thick, he was actually buried in it. Even if he sat down, he could only see the top of his head. He raised his hand and struggled for a while before he pulled the blanket down and revealed his head. Then, he thought about it suspiciously. He always felt that the current energy fluctuation of his papa and mama was a bit similar to the situation when he made love with them for the first time, but it was not quite the same. Because there was not such a big movement at that time. "Lingling, get up, get up." He turned his head and began to shake Wu Yueling, who was in the blanket next to him. "Ugh!" Wu Yueling let out a vague groan from under the blanket. She just moved slightly, and then there was no more movement. Little Ting Ting immediately began to shake her vigorously, and then began to use his sharp baby voice to penetrate the ears. Get up, it's daybreak. Get up. Get up. Law. Wu Yueling finally reached out a hand from the quilt reluctantly, but when she touched the cold morning air, she retracted her hand in the next second. Then, she curled up into a ball in the quilt and didn't move. Get up, don't stay in bed. Get up. Little Ting Ting couldn't stand it anymore and began to torment her again. Ugh. Wu Yueling let out a weak protest, but she still struggled to sit up, but her eyes were not open yet. Her long hair was scattered down from her head, and there were many strands of hair floating in the air. She sat on the bed, with a pile of quilts piled up to her neck in front of her. She pushed the quilt away with one hand, and rubbed her eyes in a daze with the other. Get down, get dressed. Put on shoes. Help me put them on. Little Ting Ting climbed out of the quilt mountain, and said while directing Wu Yueling, who was still asleep. Ugh. Ha. Dad didn't come. After rubbing her eyes, Wu Yueling finally woke up a little, but when she looked around, she didn't see her father. Usually, he was the one who came to wake them up. Little Ting Ting climbed to the edge of the bed and sat down, saying, Go down and get clothes to wear, Papa and Mama definitely can't come now. Let's get dressed and go to their room to have a look. Wu Yueling didn't respond to what he said, but seeing that he kept urging her to get clothes. She obediently climbed out of bed, put on her little slippers, and then took 2 steps towards the chair where the clothes were placed. She first took Little Ting Ting's clothes, and then began to help him put them on unskillfully. Fortunately, Little Ting Ting was still very cooperative with her. He stretched out his hands to let her put on his sleeves, and then put it on his head. After putting on his underwear and coat, she was stopped by Little Ting Ting when she was about to put on his socks. All right, put on your own clothes first, and then help me put on my socks. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Little Ting Ting pushed her away, then lowered his head to button up and said. The weather now was indeed very cold in the morning. Wu Yueling went to find her own clothes to put on, but she said slowly, I won't catch a cold. My body is good. She had a special ability of healing. Although Wu Yueling didn't know much about self-protection, she knew that her body wouldn't get sick. Little Ting Ting looked up at her and thought, oh yes, you have a special ability of healing. After Wu Yueling put on her clothes, she turned back and helped him put on his socks. Only then did she run to open the door before turning around to carry him down from the bed and walk out. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to open the door with Little Ting Ting in her arms. Dad. Why didn't he come? She carried him to the door and asked curiously. Little Ting Ting rubbed his pink little face and said, I don't know, let's go take a look first. Chapter 12:06. After the 2 children left the room, they turned to the door of Lin Qiao's bedroom. Wu Yueling pulled down the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open, then both of them poked their heads in to take a look. They saw that the 2 adults were lying well, but there was an energy flowing in their bodies. Although they couldn't see it, both of them could feel it. Wu Yueling had awakened her special ability, so she could more or less sense it. Little Ting Ting's physique was special. Even if he hadn't awakened it, he could still sense a lot of things. For example, the premonition and the energy that he could sense now. Dad. Wu Yueling looked at the 2 adults on the bed with their eyes closed, then looked at Little Ting Ting. She wanted to get close to wake them up, but she felt that the energy field on their bodies was unusual. She was a little scared, so she could only call softly at the door. Little Ting Ting said, Okay, stop calling, they definitely won't wake up. Let's go a little closer and I'll see how they are. Even he couldn't feel the telepathic connection between his mom and him, so they definitely couldn't hear his and Wu Yueling's voices now. Why? Wu Yueling looked at him blankly and asked as she slowly walked to Lin Qiao's bed. Because they can't hear. Little Ting Ting hugged Wu Yueling's neck to prevent himself from falling. He turned his head and looked at Lin Qiao and Little Ting Ting while answering Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling glanced at Little Ting Ting with a half-understanding expression, then walked closer and closer to the bed. After she stood still, little Ting stared at the two on the bed for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. He said aloud, "But they are fine now. It will probably take another 2 days for them to recover. Okay, let's go." As he said, he pointed outside the door. Wu Yueling hesitantly looked at the two adults on the bed, then walked out with little Ting in her arms. "But, no one boiled water for us to wash our faces," little Ting said carelessly. "What are you afraid of? Auntie Duan and Uncle Xiao will be here soon. It's the same to ask them to help. Let's sit on the sofa and wait for them." So the two of them didn't wash their faces or brush their teeth. They just hugged the blankets and curled up on the sofa, waiting for the two people to report. In the end, they waited for 2 hours. Because they got up too early. Before he reached the door, little Ting had already sensed him. He immediately pushed Wu Yueling. "Quick, go, open the door. They're here." Wu Yueling climbed off the sofa and put on her shoes. Then, she turned around and wrapped the blanket around Ting. Then, he jogged towards the door, tiptoed to unlock the door, pulled down the handle, and opened the door. She hung her hand on the door and poked her head out to look. She saw 2 people walking over from the corridor near the stairs. After opening the door, she ran back to the sofa and hugged Ting for warmth. Duan Wan and Xiao Liqing met on the stairs. Duan Wan lived in this building, and Xiao Liqing happened to be walking up. When he arrived at Lin Chao's house, he found that the door was already open. Looking inside, she saw 2 children huddled together on the sofa, looking at the door with 2 pairs of bright eyes. Ling, did you guys wake up late today?" Xiao Liqing asked in surprise as he put down the briefcase in his hand after he saw the 2 children's messy appearance. Then, as if he suddenly sensed something, he looked towards Lin Chao's bedroom in confusion. "Something seems to be going on in Chief's room," Duan Wan said with a serious expression before she put down the things in her hands. Xiao Liqing nodded. He felt it too. The 2 of them walked to Lin Chao's bedroom at the same time. After knocking on the door, they opened it and looked inside. However, they saw the 2 of them lying quietly on the bed without any reaction. Duan Wan and Xiao Liqing looked at each other and walked towards the bed. "Uncle." At this moment, Wu Yueling stood at the door and leaned against the door frame to come in. She looked at the 2 of them and called out. Xiao Liqing suddenly turned around and looked at Wu Yueling in surprise. "Ling, did you call me just now?" Wu Yueling nodded slightly. Xiao Liqing immediately walked towards her happily and bent down to pick her up. "That's great. Call me again." This child actually spoke. When did it start? Why didn't he know? "Uncle, we haven't brushed our teeth and washed our faces," Wu Yueling said seriously as she let him carry her. "Did you 2 get up by yourselves? Have they been like this all morning?" Duan Wan walked a few steps towards Xiao Liqing and asked Wu Yueling softly. Wu Yueling nodded again. Xiao Liqing was very happy to see that this child could speak again. He immediately put aside the matter of the 2 people on the bed. After all, this child did not dare to speak after old Wu scared her last time. It had been so long, even Xiao Liqing himself thought that Ling would not be able to recover so quickly. "It's okay. Uncle will boil water for you later and make breakfast for you. Wait here for a while." He did not plan to ask the 2 children what was going on with the 2 people on the bed. After all, the children might not know. And although the 2 people on the bed were a little strange, no matter how he looked at it, they were absorbing energy. Moreover, they were doing it together. Since it was not a big deal, it was more important to take care of the 2 children first. "How long do you think they'll last like this?" They have level 8 energy beast cores in their hands, and from the looks of the remaining energy, they did not absorb much last night. Can't they stop on their own? Duanwan looked back at the two people on the bed in confusion and said. That was because her leader already had a long list of things to do today, so she definitely wouldn't be absorbing energy at this time. She had not woken up yet, which meant that something unexpected had happened. She would not be able to wake up on her own. Old Wu was probably the same. Xiao Liqing had already walked out of the bedroom. He heard her words but did not take it to heart. He said, they will probably only wake up when the energy in the beast core is completely absorbed. Lingling, you two sit on the sofa and don't move. I will go boil water for you. Duanwan put the bag in her hand on the counter by the wall of the living room. Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue's bags and a pile of documents were still there. After putting down the things, she began to look for a comb to comb Wu Yueling's hair. At this time, Ting Ting sat up from the blanket and said, Don't worry, they will be fine in 2 days. So just pile up the things that they have to do in these 2 days. Duanwan found a comb and came out. She heard Ting Ting's words and smiled. She sat next to Wu Yueling and said, What else can we do? This is the only way. Then, as she combed Wu Yueling's hair, she asked her, Is your Uncle Zhao's cooking delicious? Wu Yueling was silent for a few seconds and turned to look in the direction of the kitchen. With a hesitant expression, she whispered to Duanwan. It's not as delicious as Dad's. It meant that it was edible, but not that good. Chapter 1207. At this moment, in a certain research office in the Universal Base, Ling Xiantong stared at the documents in his hands and said gloomily, A nest of gorillas isn't enough, and now there are so many of them. Where did these things come from? Could it be that there's a world that leads to a second-dimensional space underground? It attracted all the creatures from that world. Although he was just making an analogy, these things did seem like creatures that didn't belong to this world. But it was impossible to say that it led to a second-dimensional space, but it was hard to say whether there was a world that hadn't been discovered by science underground. Lin Hao, who was sitting on his left, leaned against the back of the chair and sighed with a frown. He couldn't help but complain, I thought zombies were the scariest, but in the end, I realized that the scarcity of food was scarier than zombies. Plants mutated, animals mutated, the whole world is mutating, even humans are changing. In the end, there's a second apocalypse. Forget about the second apocalypse, now there's a bunch of strange but powerful creatures. It's fine if they come out, but why do they like to eat humans? Can't they be vegetarians? Can't they eat something else? Ling Xiantong glanced at him and said, Otherwise, why would it be called the apocalypse? It's like we've returned to primitive times. Lin Hao glanced at him and adjusted his expression, then said to him, All right, let's stop complaining here. How's your research over there? Isn't that root plant something that the gorillas are afraid of? Will it have an effect on the others? Ling Xiantong shook his head, No, it's only affecting those gorillas. On the way back, Lin Qiao brought back 3 types of creatures that came out from the underground for them to experiment on. 2 of them were alive, and 1 was dead. Because the dead ones would continuously emit a poisonous gas when they were alive, it had a huge impact on the surroundings. So, to facilitate the dissection and research, Lin Qiao brought back a few corpses. So, after Lin Qiao came back, Ling Xuantong's research lab went into a busy state. Lin Hao turned his head in disappointment and looked at Yan Huiguang, who was sitting a little further away from them and had been silent. He asked, Mr. Yan didn't make any progress either. Ever since this big boss came back with his sister, he was assigned a separate lab. And the assistant was the other man who came back with them. He still remembered that when his sister arranged for the 2 of them to be together, their reactions were a little excited. But in the end, his sister forcefully suppressed it. Although he wasn't sure what the relationship between the two of them was, since his sister had already given the order, she must have her reasons for doing so. Yan Huiguang lowered his head slightly. His overly long bangs covered most of his face, making it difficult to see his expression. But even without looking at his expression, one could feel a cold and gloomy aura emanating from his body. Hearing Lin Hao's question, he slightly raised his head. Then he sneered and said, if it was so easy to make progress, would humans still need to worry about those things? It meant that there was no progress. However, the tone of his voice couldn't be any better. Lin Hao looked at him, then turned to look at Ling Xiantong. The two of them did not react to his harsh tone because Lin Qiao had already greeted them before. This was a man with a rather eccentric and awkward personality. Fortunately, Lin Qiao reminded them in advance. If he didn't, with the tone of the man in front of him, with Lin Hao's explosive temper, there would be, then no more. What a joke, wasn't he a level 7 dual ability user? Was he looking for trouble? If the other party was in a bad mood, he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. So Lin Hao could only shrug his shoulders and say to him with a fake smile, then you can do it. As Yan Huiguang's assistant, Shui Mingjun also sat on the side. After hearing Lin Hao's words, he couldn't help but glance at Yan Huiguang and said, then you can turn into a zombie, that way you don't have to worry too much about those things. When Yan Huiguang heard this, his originally gloomy face immediately darkened. Shui Mingjun was mocking him that he couldn't even turn into a zombie now. Because ever since he drank the zombie transformation potion and was stopped by that woman, he couldn't turn into a zombie anymore. No matter if he drank the potion or found a real zombie to bite him, he wouldn't have any reaction. What did that female zombie do to him? Yesterday, he was still studying his blood composition and the results he obtained were very strange. As for the biological project that Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong were thinking of ways to study, he actually hadn't started on it yet. After hearing Shui Mingjun's words, he immediately replied with a snort, if it wasn't because of that female zombie, I would have long become a zombie. His voice was filled with strong resentment towards Lin Qiao. Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong looked at him strangely. It was the first time they saw a human so eager to become a zombie. Because turning into a zombie means death, and humans have a sense of fear towards death. Ling Xiantong slightly lowered his eyes. He didn't want to become a zombie, but he was very grateful to Lin Qiao for bringing him this current situation. Because with her here, he could release his wife and son who had turned into zombies, instead of being frozen like before. They wouldn't be like those ordinary zombies outside, who tragically lost their humanity, rationality, soul, and personality. Because of Lin Qiao, his zombie wife and son were very obedient and could even get along with him peacefully. They could even help him and help him do things. This was a scene that he didn't even dare to dream of. He didn't expect that there would be someone who didn't want to be a human, and would rather be a zombie. Alright, after seeing the various high-level zombies in this base, Ling Xiantong suddenly felt that being a zombie wasn't that bad after all. His strength increased, he wouldn't be afraid of the cold and heat, and he didn't need to rely on food to maintain his life. As long as he had an energy core, he could stay alive. Without waiting for the two of them to finish lamenting Yan Huiguang's values, Shui Mingjun at the side said coldly, "That's true, who asked someone to be so weak? 2 level 7 abilities, and he actually needs to rely on becoming a zombie to increase his strength. Speaking of which, even if those experimental zombies of yours become zombies and retain their original ability levels, it's not that great." Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong silently shifted their gaze in Shui Mingjun's direction at the same time, their expressions a little strange. The atmosphere between the two of them seemed a little strange. Because of Shui Mingjun's words, Yan Huiguang's expression was getting uglier and his aura was getting more and more oppressive. He felt that there was something fishy about the relationship between the two of them. Speaking of which, what was their relationship before? Chapter 1208. Yan Huiguang didn't respond to Shui Mingjuan's words this time. He snorted and shifted his gaze outside the window, then fell silent. Ling Xiantong and Lin Hao looked at each other. They didn't understand why the atmosphere was like this. Grudge. Grudge. Although the smell of gunpowder was a little strong, there didn't seem to be any killing intent. Speaking of which, the two of them were arranged by their leader to work in the same lab. Wouldn't that mean they would have to do research in a cold and hot environment all day? How depressing would that be? Just thinking about the atmosphere made it seem like a fight would break out in the lab at any time. Would they blow up the lab in 2 days? At this time, Shui Mingjun turned his head and shrugged. He said to Lin Hao, "There's no point in asking him. He hasn't been studying those things for the past 2 days." Lin Hao, speaking of which, was it really safe for his sister to put this person in his hospital? Wouldn't she turn him into a zombie? In the end, the research meeting turned into a discussion between Lin Hao, Ling Xiantong, and Shui Mingjun. Yan Huiguang's face was cold and gloomy the whole time, and he didn't participate in their conversation. This rhizome was found in the cave of a creature that crawled out from the ground before we came here. It was brought back by our leader. This fruit that looks like a fruit will release a gas when it is pinched open. Those creatures will die after smelling it. We originally thought that these things would have some effect on the other creatures that our leader brought back this time, but the experiment proved that it didn't work. Ling Xiantong took out the rhizome and handed it to Shui Mingjun. Although Shui Mingjun wasn't a researcher, his observation skills were very strong. As long as he was given enough information to understand the situation, his keen observation skills might be able to discover something else. At the same time, in the almost deserted Earth Dragon base, there was still a group of people struggling to stay behind, unwilling to go anywhere else. After Hidden Cloud City in the southwest was breached by Lin Qiao, the people of Hidden Cloud City gave up on the Earth Dragon base in order to protect themselves. A large number of survivors went to Skyfire Base and Huaxia Base, as well as Sea City and Universal Base. There were less than 100 people left in the Earth Dragon base, but these people were only left with broken limbs, leaving bloodstains on the ground and walls. Crunch, crunch, the sound of chewing could be heard from several places around it. A monster the size of an SUV slowly walked around the pool of blood. It lowered its head to look for some human arms or legs that had been bitten off. When it found its target, it stuck out its tongue and rolled the human limbs into its mouth full of jagged teeth. Then, with a tilt of his chin, he began to chew. However, this type of enormous creature with a black crown on its head that looked 30% like a pangolin wasn't the only one in this area. Instead, it was a group of them, scattered around, searching for something. Aside from the Earth Dragon base, where all traces of human life had been wiped out, Skyfire Base City was under siege by a swarm of giant beetles. Each of these large beetles was extremely large, like a giant moving safety helmet. There was a hard shell on its back. The bottom and front of the shell could not be seen, but there was a gap there. The gap looked like a chrysanthemum, and its tentacles were constantly trembling. Countless iron legs emerged from the bottom of the shell. Their movement speed was very slow, but there were a lot of them, and they were very strong. They could directly smash through a floor of a building and climb over it. At this time, the thick city wall that was specially built after the apocalypse had a few huge holes on it. Other than these hundreds of beetles that looked like hard hats covering the ground, they moved like bulldozers. There was also a smaller type of zerglings with long hind legs that jumped around on the back of these beetles. Shaji, these zerglings could also let out a strange sound that was very loud and ear-piercing. It could also cause people's consciousness to become fuzzy. Bang bang bang, tut tut tut, boom boom, chaotic explosions and gunshots could be heard everywhere in the base. "Ah, save me." A human was bitten by a human-sized zergling, then he screamed in fear and despair. Bang, 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 his companion immediately fired at the zergling that was biting him. However, the bullets only flew halfway before the zergling suddenly jumped and disappeared. Ah, what was left was the miserable scream of the human that it had bitten and disappeared with. "Captain, we don't have many weapons. What do we do?" Someone shouted in panic. "We must hold on. We must wait for them to find a way out before we retreat. Otherwise, running around will only lead to death." A relatively calm voice came. "Captain, what are these things? Why are our abilities completely useless against them?" Someone cried out in despair. "Who knows? You should be glad that these beetles are afraid of bullets and bombs. Save some ammunition and try to dodge," the captain said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Who knows where these beetles appeared from? They were clearly dozens of kilometers away from the base yesterday. Who would have thought that they would arrive here in just a few hours? The beetles' crawling speed was clearly not as fast as a human's walking speed. How could they crawl dozens of kilometers in just a few hours? The zergling's jumping speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, they could jump from here to there. Moreover, they could jump 20 to 30 meters high. They could also jump tens of meters to 100 meters. They rarely left the back of the beetles. Even if they left, they would quickly jump back. Moreover, as long as they left, they would definitely attack the humans. The zerglings' attacks were also very simple. They would directly pounce on the humans, bite them, pick them up, and jump away. Therefore, the beetles that crawled into the base closest to the humans were already covered in blood. The zerglings began to gather on the beetles' backs to eat the humans. After eating, they would jump away and the next batch would quickly jump back. "Found it. We found a way out. Quickly follow me." A sudden shout immediately ignited everyone's hope. They all moved closer to that person. Finally, while fighting, they followed that person and quickly retreated. "If we escape from here, where do we go?" A survivor that escaped asked blankly. "What nonsense are you saying? Of course we will go to China. That place is very close to us. Moreover, the defensive equipment is also very advanced." The captain with the strongest willpower immediately said. "But China's requirements to enter the city are too high. Most of us might not be able to enter." Everyone was somewhat hesitant. "I have a method. You guys don't need to worry about it. When we reach there, I will naturally let you in. In any case, it was not certain if you could survive to China. You guys just need to be my meat shields on the way." Therefore, everyone was in a daze and could only blindly follow the leader towards China's base. Chapter 1209. At this time, in the Huaxia base, Sikong Chen was sitting in his office looking at a report with a straight face. Xia Longyun sat on the sofa in his office, crossing her legs and leaning against the back of the sofa, trimming her nails. Her beautiful eyes stared at her hands, and her rosy lips moved. She said, "Speaking of which, is it really useful for you to take our resources to exchange for these weapons from abroad? I really don't understand, are the weapons we make that bad? Do you need to exchange with other countries?" Sikong Chen slightly raised his eyes and glanced at her, then lowered his eyes and said, "Why is it useless? If we can integrate the characteristics of their weapons into our own, then wouldn't we be able to increase the power even more? Look at these things that have appeared recently, you should understand the importance of weapons now." Xia Longyun's hands paused, but she said, "But I think our weapons are not worse than theirs. As long as the people in your research base can grow some brains, it won't be difficult to increase the power. And don't you know how short of food we are now? The nutritional value of vegetables from soilless cultivation is not high, and the output is pitifully small. But to provide 3 meals a day for the entire base of more than 1 million people, I don't know if you have calculated how many people will starve to death. Although weapons were important, if they could make good weapons themselves, why would they exchange food with others for weapons? If they didn't have food to eat and clothes to wear, what was the use of weapons? They would probably starve to death before the crisis outside invaded them. Sikong Chen said indifferently, "What does it matter? In the era of the law of the jungle, those who can't adapt can only be eliminated. As long as we don't starve to death, why should we care about others?" Xia Longyun said, "Don't forget that you are the leader of a base. You have to be responsible for the lives of the survivors in the base. Otherwise, why would people come to seek your protection? If there weren't such a large number of survivors, where would you find so many technicians to improve the strength of this base? If you don't pay attention, don't wait until everyone runs away to regret it." Sikong Chen didn't have any reaction to her words, and said with an expressionless face, "I didn't want to let so many people in at the beginning. Wasn't it the decision of the other directors to let them in? If they wanted to leave, then leave. Smart people would know which was safer, the Huaxia base or the Haiqing base. So they definitely won't leave. In their hearts, even if they starve to death here, it's better than being eaten by zombies or mutated beasts." Xia Longyun knew he couldn't get through to him, so he could only change the topic. "Right, didn't you say that the bandit would come looking for you? Why aren't they here?" Sikong Chen flipped through the information in his hand and said, "He won't be able to come. He was taken away by that woman in the universal base." Xia Longyun's expression froze, then she looked up at him. Surprised, he said, "She dares to do that? She actually allowed the bandits to join her base. What a joke. Are you stupid? None of the bases would allow the bandits from the apocalypse to join them, because 9 out of 10 of them were cannibals and had already lost their humanity. Letting this kind of person into the base would only be a hidden danger." Sikong Chen didn't say anything this time. Obviously, he didn't want to answer her. Xia Longyun put away the nail file, then bent down to pick up the coffee cup on the coffee table in front of her. She elegantly took a sip, then put it back. "Isn't that good? Send this news to her small base. Let's see how she'll be able to protect a small base with only a few thousand people. Then she will definitely join Haiqing. That way, Haiqing will have 2 level 8 metahumans. What's in it for us?" Sikong Chen said coldly. Xia Longyun sneered and said, "Even if she doesn't join, with her relationship with Wu Qingyue, and the distance between the 2 bases is only about 100 kilometers. What's the difference between that and Haiqing base? Also, I don't know what tricks that woman used to make Wu Qingyue agree to her building a base more than 100 kilometers away from Haiqing. Could it be that Wu Qingyue's personality has changed? Is he not going to continue being a monk?" Sikong Chen calmly said, "As long as she's still in her universal base, I will have a way to prevent her from rushing to Haiqing to help." At this moment, Wei Haichao knocked on the door and walked in with a document in his hand. He looked at Xia Longyun and smiled. "Oh, Beauty Xia is here too. Are you not busy?" Xia Longyun looked up and smiled coquettishly at him. "I'm very busy. It's just that great leader Sikong cares about me, so he asked me to take some time out for tea." Wei Haichao's heart softened from her coquettish look, but he maintained a graceful smile on his face. "Oh, then you should thank our leader. He cares about you so much." As he spoke, he walked over to Sikong Chen and handed him the document in his hand. "Wu Qingyue has encountered a very interesting situation. Do you want to take a look?" Sikong Chen looked up at him in confusion. He reached out to take the document and asked, "What's the situation?" "He has a son. He's only a month old, but we don't know who the mother of the child is," Wei Haichao said curiously. "What?" Before Sikong Chin could react, Xia Longyun had already exclaimed, "You said Wu Qingyue has a son. Where did he come from?" Wei Haichao turned to her and spread his hands. He frowned and said, "How would I know? I'm still investigating. But his recent behavior is a little strange. It seems that he often leaves Haiqing to stay in that base." Sikong Chen stared at the document in his hand as he listened to him. Although his expression was still stiff, his tone was a little surprised. "Where did he get a son? Is this true? Don't tell me you've gotten fake information." As far as he knew, this man had no interest in women. Last year, wasn't he tricked by that woman in the base? He heard that he got rid of that woman at that time. In the end, not only was she alive and well, but she also suddenly built a base. Even his arcana skyrocketed to level 8. Who was the one who said that the woman depended on a man to survive? If he didn't guess wrong, this woman must have been hiding her ability before. As for being a man's lover, although a lot of information and evidence clearly showed that she had slept with those men. But the more it was like this, the more unreal it felt. How is that possible? I heard that there were people who saw the child. Many people suspected that the child was born by the female leader of the base, but according to the situation of the female leader in the past 10 months, there didn't seem to be any signs of pregnancy, Wei Haichao said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Chapter 12:10. Sikong Chen put down the documents in his hand, then leaned against the back of the chair with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He said thoughtfully, "Hasn't he been chasing that woman before? Is it possible that another woman gave birth to a son for him? Or, is it possible that he picked up another son? Because he had already picked up a daughter, it wasn't strange for him to pick up another son." Wei Haichao thought it was possible after hearing what he said. He nodded, "Although that's true, but I wonder if he found a surrogate mother in his base." "Impossible." Xia Longyun denied on the sofa, "He already has a daughter, why would he need to find someone else to be a surrogate mother? Doesn't he treasure his 6-year-old daughter very much? In that case, there's no need to find someone else to be a surrogate mother. With his temperament, I don't think he would do such a thing. It's not like he has to have a son, he doesn't need to do this at all." The two men looked at her, and Sikong Chen was silent. Wei Haichao replied, "Maybe, he just wants a son to take over his position. After all, men still want to carry on the family line. It's not strange to let their bloodline be passed on to the next generation." Xia Longyun glanced at him with her silky eyes and said, "Your logic is a bit strange. Since Wu Qingyue already has a woman he likes, why doesn't he let the woman he likes give birth to a son for him? And let another woman give birth to a son? Isn't that strange? Or are you that kind of man? You don't let the woman you like give birth to a son for you, but find another woman to give birth to a son for you?" Then she stared at Wei Haichao up and down as if she was looking at a scumbag. Wei Haichao was immediately embarrassed by her gaze. He subconsciously denied, "How is that possible? I'm not that kind of man. Who knows? I'm not familiar with you." Xia Longyun withdrew her gaze, shrugged her shoulders and raised her eyebrows. Then she picked up the cup on the coffee table and took a sip. Wei Haichao inexplicably felt wronged. "So, apart from Wu Qingyue's 1-month-old son, is there any other news?" Sikong Chen asked Wei Haichao. Wei Haichao shook his head and said, "Their material procurement work is very confidential. Our informants didn't have any useful information. Ever since we lost contact with those 2 diaries, there hasn't been any news from them." Sikong Chen frowned and said, haven't those two diaries already fallen into Wu Qingyue's hands? Do you want to snatch it from his hands? Wei Haichao lowered his head in annoyance and said, I didn't expect it to be all because of a woman. TSK. In the end, Wu Qingyue found out. Sikong Chen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, since the item is already in Wu Qingyue's hands, it is impossible to take it back. Wu Qingyue isn't an idiot. How could he give you such an important thing? Meanwhile, Ling Xiantong had taken the contents of the two diaries for research. However, he didn't manage to find any useful information at the moment. At this moment, someone came over and asked him to take a look at the two notebooks. I heard that the leader gave you two plant research diaries from Huaxia. Can I have a look? Are you done? Shui Mingjun stood outside Ling Xuantong's research room and raised his head to ask Ling Xiantong, who was called out. You can, but I can only lend you one for now. I'll lend you the next one after you're done. But can you understand it? Because it's all very academic stuff. Ling Xiantong nodded but hesitated as he looked at him and asked. Shui Mingjun smiled and said, it's okay. I'll remember it after reading it once. It might not be of much use now, but in the future, when I understand more about these creatures, I might be able to give it a try. No matter what, it's better than doing nothing. Ling Xiantong thought about it and agreed. Anyway, his focus was still on studying the energy and substances in these creatures. He didn't really need it at the moment. Since Shui Mingjun wanted to take a look, they were doing the same thing anyway. Maybe he could find something that he didn't notice. Sometimes, when an outsider sees something, there will be a surprise that comes by accident. After giving the first half of the diary to Shui Mingjun, Ling Xiantong returned to his own research room. In his research room, other than the two zombies, there was also the Bao family sister. Ling Xuantong's zombie wife was already level 3 because she drank the energy lake water left by Lin Qiao almost every day for the past year. Therefore, her appearance had recovered a lot and her hair was glossy. Other than the fact that her eyes were pure black and her lips were purplish black, she was basically no different from a human. His son's condition was a little slower. He didn't know why. Anyway, it definitely wasn't because of age. Look at the leader's subordinate, Xiao Si, he was already a level 6 king. Bao Xiaogua stood outside the research room and guarded diligently. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at the situation in the research room. Most of the time, the little zombie would play with him at the door. Inside, he would sometimes interfere with the work of the adult. Thus, Ling Xiantong chased him out. Although Ling Xiantong would shout at him fiercely every time, Ling Xiantong was still able to chase him out. Then, he would be slapped on the back of his head by his mother before he was chased out. Ling Xuantong's wife was called Qi Lanxing. She was a violent female zombie. She had a bad temper too. She would beat up her son for no reason. Department head, was your wife like this when she was still a human? Bao Xiaoying, who had short hair like a boy and was wearing a white research robe, saw Qi Lanxing, who often chased her son away, and quietly reached out to ask Ling Xiantong. Ling Xiantong was bending over and staring at the microscope. When he heard her question, he replied without moving, I didn't like to fight as much as I do now. At most, my Hedong lion roar was more powerful. Now that I've become a zombie, I should say that I'm more wild. Or has my nature been exposed? Fortunately, he had a level 5 ability now. He could completely suppress his wife, who was only level 3. Fortunately, Qi Lanxing had recovered some of her memories and personality. She was still very polite to him. Because their research room was actually at the second base, Ling Xiantong didn't really restrict his wife and child's freedom. As long as the mother and child didn't run too far away. The little zombie that ran out of the research room started to stare at Bao Xiaoguo again. he stood 1 meter away from Bao Xiaoguo. He raised his pale face and stared at Bao Mingguo with a pair of black eyes that looked like he had been punched twice. Because Bao Xiaoguo's body smelled very good, it really wanted to eat him. But his mother wouldn't let him eat. Also, this human would release a very scary black flame to scare him. Xiao Shu, you'll get hungry standing here. Go away, go away. Every time Bao Xiaoguo saw him standing in front of him, he would say to the little zombie in a bad mood. This little zombie couldn't resist the temptation and bit him a few times. But he didn't become a zombie because of it. Later on, he awakened the black flame ability like their leader. As long as he released a small flame, this little zombie would automatically retreat. Chapter 12:11. As soon as the little zombie heard Bao Xiaoguo's words, it immediately raised its hand and pulled down the eyelid of one of its eyes. It stuck out its tongue and made a face at Bao Xiaoguo. Then it turned around and ran. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the second lab next to the research lab. Bang! The few of them were shocked at the same time and immediately turned their heads to look in that direction. Then, they all ran towards the door of the second lab. After they ran into the second laboratory, they saw that one of the containers with the experimental bodies on the experiment table had exploded. The glass shards and the liquid inside exploded everywhere. Even the different types of tanks that were placed together with it exploded. Fortunately, not all of them exploded. The experiment table was also a mess. There was only one that had completely exploded. What happened? What's the situation? Bao Xiaoguo and Bao Xiaoying came in and looked at the scene in shock. Don't come closer. Ling Xiantong stopped them with a serious expression and stopped them from coming closer. He walked over carefully and carefully searched through the mess. Soon, his gaze was fixed on a corner. Then, he slowly leaned over and squatted down. The Bao siblings saw his action and understood that he must have found something. Then, they stared at his position and couldn't help but lean over curiously. They saw a piece of rotten meat the size of a baby's palm that had turned black. It changed color. Let me see. Isn't this the one you soaked with the liquid of the mutated catnip and that kind of root plant? Bao Xiaoying looked at the piece of black meat and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, she raised her head and looked around before walking to the experiment table to look at the label. In the end, she saw that it was a mixture of catnip and root plant. It was used to soak the meat of the underground creatures to see if there was any reaction. The table and the experiment cabinets in the lab were filled with many underground creature experiments that had different plant or animal tissues added on. Ling Xiantong stood up and found a utensil and tweezers to pick up the black meat and put it in the utensil. Then, he turned around and walked out of the lab. Little Ing, clean up the mess and change the liquid from the cracked test subjects, he said as he walked out. All right. Bao Xiaoying responded and then turned her head to chase the others out. Okay, you guys go out too. There are glass shards everywhere. Be careful. Ling Xiantong brought the piece of black meat back to the lab and started to analyze the reason for the change in the meat and the explosion just now. When Lin Qiao woke up, 3 days had passed. As soon as she woke up, she immediately let go of Wu Qingyue's hand and got out of bed. Mama, Papa is awake. Ting Ting quickly sensed the change in their energy and immediately said to the others in the living room. Xiao Liqing, who was sitting on the sofa, was looking at some information. When he heard Xiao Tingting's voice, he immediately raised his head and looked towards the bedroom door. Lin Qiao threw the powder left behind by the beast core into the trash can, then clapped his hands and walked out of the room. Behind her, Wu Qingyue also opened his eyes at this time, but he did not immediately sit up. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lin Qiao. only to see her back as she opened the door and walked out. How many days have we been lying in bed? Lin Qiao rubbed his long hair and asked when he saw one adult and 2 children in the living room. 3 days. 3 days. Xiao Liqing and Ting Ting both spoke at the same time, while Wu Yueling, who was next to her, extended 3 fingers to her. Lin Qiao raised her hand helplessly and used her thumb and index finger to open the temples on both sides of her forehead. Then, she walked towards the bathroom with a dark face. It was all Wu Qingyue's fault that caused her to delay her pace for 3 days and waste another 3 days. After washing his face and changing his clothes, Lin Qiao went over to pick up his son, then sat down and placed him on his lap. She looked down at him and asked, "Who cooked for the 2 of you these 2 days? Was it Uncle Xiao or Auntie Duan?" "Auntie Duan." "Auntie." Ting Ting and Wu Yueling answered her one after the other. Seeing that Lin Qiao asked about eating, Xiao Liqing turned his head towards the window with a subtle expression. However, Ting Ting pointed at him and said with a look of disdain, "Uncle Xiao's cooking is simply unpalatable." Hee hee. Wu Yueling only covered her mouth and snickered. "What? Although my cooking isn't very delicious, it's not to the point where it's unpalatable." Xiao Liqing, who was despised, couldn't hold it in anymore. He immediately turned around and glared at Ting Ting. At this time, Wu Qingyue walked out of the bedroom and said lightly, "Compared to me, it's indeed unpalatable." After saying that, he floated over and entered the bathroom. Xiao Liqing, they really were blood-related. Their thoughts were the same. "TSK, why do you care so much? As long as you can eat it, it's fine as long as you don't starve to death. It doesn't matter if it's delicious or not. Besides, we often go to the base for missions, so we eat dry food and cooked water. How can you be so pretentious as to care about the taste?" Even if the father and son were blood-related, he couldn't stand being ridiculed like this. Lin Qiao touched Ting Ting's head. His originally smooth head already had some stubble. But because he was only a little more than a month old, his hair was still soft. Therefore, it felt a little fluffy and very comfortable. She felt like she was stroking a cat after stroking it a few times. "Then who helped you bathe and wash your clothes? Is it also Auntie Duan?" Lin Qiao asked Ting Ting. "She's only in charge of cooking. I'm in charge of serving these 2 little devils," Xiao Liqing said without waiting for Ting Ting to answer. "Pa." Wu Yueling, who was beside him, didn't like it when he called her a little devil, so she immediately slapped his thigh. "Oh no, it's little baby." "All right." Xiao Liqing turned his head and saw her puff up her little face. He immediately changed the way he addressed her. At this time, he turned around and handed a document to Lin Qiao. He said, "This is the meeting invitation from Huaxiao this morning." The document was an invitation. Lin Qiao took it and opened it. Then, she threw it on the coffee table without a care. The number of people this year is a little less. There were 7 leaders last year, but now there are only 5. She tugged on Ting Ting's sleeve and sighed. "Cough, it might not be good to have more people." Xiao Liqing looked at her with a strange expression. Actually, what he wanted to say was, "The number of people is also caused by you. When will it be over?" Wu Qingyue also changed her clothes and walked out. Then, she walked to the coffee table and picked up the invitation to look at it. Mid-December. It was about the same time as last year. Chapter 12:12. When Duan Wan arrived at Lin Qiao's house, she was naturally happier to see the 2 awake. But what made her happier wasn't this, but the information in her hands. "Look," Ling Xiantong said that catnip has a huge reaction to these creatures. He also found different levels of mutation to experiment and found that the lower the infection, the better the effect. If we can find the level of no infection before the apocalypse, then the experiment will definitely have a good result. Hearing her words, Lin Qiao immediately asked her to pass the information to him, then he opened it and looked at it carefully. Wu Qingyue walked closer to her and carried little Tingting out of her arms, then stood beside her and looked down at the information in her hands. That means the purer the effect, the better. But after the second outbreak, the plants outside have already mutated 99.8%. Where can we find something that isn't infected? Wu Qingyue frowned slightly and said. This result was equivalent to nothing. But what he was concerned about was, then what's the best effect on Ling Xuantong's hands? Duan Wan's expression turned cold at this moment, then she sighed and said, he has used up all his experimental subjects, he's about to ask the leader to send someone to capture some alive. But the best effect he has now is the mixture of catnip and the rhizomes that can numb a small area. Numb. Wu Qingyue heard her and looked at the information in Lin Qiao's hands. Ling Xuantong's experiment report wrote, it can numb, but it doesn't last long. Using the catnip solution that can be collected normally can only numb for more than 10 seconds. But the duration of the effect is different depending on the degree of infection, the lower the infection, the longer the numbness. That was why Ling Xiantong said that if they could find a pure catnip without infection and mutation, it might even be able to paralyze the monsters to the point of death. Can't it be purified? Lin Qiao frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. In any case, this was good news. Why don't we go take a look first? At this moment, Xiao Liqing said impatiently. Sure. Lin Qiao immediately stood up and glanced at Wu Qingyue and little Tingting. Then he reached out and carried little Tingting back, one hand holding his little butt, the other holding his back, and walked out. The others immediately followed. When he arrived at Ling Xuantong's research institute, Shui Mingjun had just arrived and was about to return his research notes. But when he arrived, he learned about catnip. What did you say? Looking for fresh, uninfected catnip. Where can I find fresh catnip that hasn't been infected before? Shui Mingjun looked at Ling Xiantong in confusion. But only the scent of the fresh catnip can keep them away. Also, only the mixture of this plant's juice and the rhizome of this plant will be useful to those creatures, Ling Xiantong said to him. Letting Shui Mingjun, the intelligence specialist, do the job might be better. Now that almost all the plants outside have mutated, it's impossible to find uninfected catnip, and they're not cats. Why would he react to this kind of thing? Shui Mingjun's expression was still confused as he looked at him. If they were cats, they would only be more excited, not scared, and avoid them. And they wouldn't fall into a state of paralysis after being hit by this kind of thing. Ling Xiantong smiled. After hearing what he said, Shui Mingjun thought about it and felt that it seemed to be the case. That's true. But it's impossible to find a pure one, we can only look for one with a lower infection rate. Speaking of which, I remember that the place where this plant is grown is distributed in many places. Let me think, the closest place to us, the neighboring Minnan province has it. At this moment, Qi Lanqing, who had been silent, suddenly turned around and roared at Ling Xiantong, then pointed outside the door. Ling Xiantong heard her voice and looked at her movements and realized something. He immediately walked towards the door. What's wrong? Shui Mingjun followed behind him in confusion. He didn't understand why the female zombie roared and pointed. Chief, they're here, Ling Xiantong said. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and said to Bao Xiaoying, Little Ling, go to my desk and get the latest information. Okay. After Ling Xiantong and Shui Mingjun left the lab, they stood in the corridor of the research institute and waited for the door. Not long after, they saw a few people walk in. I still have a few living underground creatures here. can you take them for an experiment and show me? Lin Qiao said to Ling Xiantong as soon as she saw him. Oh. There's more. That's great. I'm lacking some right now. Ling Xuantong's eyes lit up when he heard her say that. Lin Qiao and the others brought the two kids here. The people in the research institute all stared at the baby Tingting curiously. Ling Xuantong's zombie son hid behind his mother's thigh, then he tilted his head and looked at Wu Yueling curiously. It wasn't because of the aroma coming from Wu Yueling that made him hungry, but because he finally saw someone shorter than him. Maybe it was the nature of a child, there was always a strange attraction when they were around the same age. Wu Yueling became very quiet when she saw the strangers, and she stuck close to Lin Qiao. She didn't even want her father anymore. When Lin Qiao heard Ling Xuantong's response, she passed her son to Wu Qingyue. She didn't say anything, but Tingting understood what she meant. Then bring me to your special detention room, I'll release him, Lin Qiao said to Ling Xiantong, then walked towards the corridor. Although she asked him to bring her there, she had been here before, so she knew where it was. When they arrived at the detention room, the walls, floor, and ceiling were all smeared with the liquid from the rhizome that Lin Qiao brought back from the underground gorilla cave, and it was even diluted. There was a huge cage in the middle of the room, and the metal cage was also smeared with this liquid. Therefore, when these creatures were released, although they would roar violently, they didn't dare to get too close to the edge of the cage. If they roared for a long time, they would force themselves to be quiet. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the cage, stood by the side, and entered the forest in the space. Then, she brought out an underground gorilla that had fainted from hunger and threw it into the cage. Roar! The underground gorilla that was the size of a normal wild boar immediately roared weakly when Lin Qiao brought it out. But very quickly, it was agitated by the smell of the surrounding rhizome plants. Roar, roar, roar! Although it was agitated, its four legs were a little unstable. It swayed left and right for a while before stabilizing itself. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.